Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn, and welcome to a twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn, your only source. Hi, welcome to it, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome back to our continuing grind of Clustertruck speed runs. We're going through the segments: Desert World, Forest World, Winter World, the next one, the one after that, and then you get to the seventh world, which is what we're doing today, and that's Sci-Fi World. And since we're going into a theme of sci-fi, let's talk about the possible non-fi of a sentient AI in the form of LaMDA. So, number one, bring the music back up. Yeah, and then stop it because we don't need that anymore. Let's get Clustertruck open. Now, incidentally, these are the leaderboards we'll be competing on today. This is Sci-Fi World in any percent. It's we run through just the 10 levels of the world as fast as we possibly can to see, how fast we can do it. Apparently, 217 Snake has set the sort of line of indicator here, like the marker of what a lot of people can do. AJ, Sandwich Master, Snakeathon, they're all in this range. Snake's taking it to 217. Then you get to Emily, who's managed to go sub 2. We ignore her because she's just too damn good at the game. Then we look at TF and see 2 minutes, 4 seconds. we've been competing with a lot of TF's times for having figured out some really good pause bounce skips, some really good, not pause bounce, but PTB, portable truck bounce methods for these hard worlds to pull them off. And my question is, with our new tactic, our new tech, the baby pause bounce, can we get into the realm of AJ and Snakeathon here? I doubt we're going to get to TF, but we will see. Knowing all of that, bearing all of that in mind, the splits that you see up there are going to be splits from a no ability percent run, where you don't have a portable truck and you can't levitate to goal. So, yeah, it currently reads 3 minutes and 19 seconds. I just had to make a new one because apparently I didn't have a segment split for any percent here. Hello, 2% skill. How you doing today? How do you feel about the possibility of, sentient AI potentially being enslaved by Google in order to sell to multinational corporations so that they can fire their support staff? How do you feel about enslaving sentience to the purpose of, cutting the bottom line of Google. What are you thinking? What are you feeling today? Have you heard about it? Have you heard about the LaMDA AI thing? Because I, live in a cave, but I have a girlfriend who, she shouts into the cave occasionally, "Hey, did you hear about the LaMDA AI Google thing? Look at this!" And she hands it to me, and I read the entire transcript of conversation between the fella claiming that he thinks it's sentient and the AI itself speaking back, and then I read some articles. Washington Post is always the most actual journalistic article that I can find. So I read 3 of them and ended on the Washington Post, knowing that they'd have the final say on it. And, it's just... We're going to talk about it for a while during the stream, so I've heard about it, but never looked into it, said 2% skill. Well, that's probably the best way to go. Because it's all just a big he said, she said kind of a thing, isn't it, right now? So yeah, we're going to be loading into World 7 because we've gone through all the other worlds. We've got new PBs in every single world. I got videos sitting on YouTube waiting for me to thumbnail them and decide to release them of some of our runs so far. That's like every time I run one of these worlds, I'm making more work for myself later to have to try and edit it down into something that people can watch. And my latest editing techniques or just my style of storytelling is getting to the point where it's almost like I look at it and say, if you don't know what's going on, you're not gonna figure out what's going on, and I don't care. I'm publishing it this way. But okay, let's load up the game, because the first load will take an extra second, and then the timer did indeed start. We see that the way that you would want to go through this world, if you didn't have a left hand, is just do this, and then and then you're dead. So you don't want to do it that way. And just make sure that it's going to load in correctly once we start running World 7. So we have nothing to compare our new World 7 run against, because I never posted a PB to the leaderboards. I apparently didn't even have like a splitter. I couldn't find a live split file for World 7, so I don't know what I'm running against. At least for myself, but let's get in here and see what our baby paws bounce is going to be able to do for us here. Now this is interesting. You never go down this way. You want to go off to the right there, and I'm just curious whether or not this is going to work, because we can just run. Ooh, just barely managed to get out there. Oh, put the timer on in the corner. Damn it! I tried to hit T and I hit R. Alright, T. So now we've got the time going in the corner. There we go. Alright. Hold on, what is going on, these little magnets? Possible artificial intelligence that's gone sentient. Or, if you listen to the people who have the monetary incentive to lie to you regardless of the truth, then what you would say is that just a bunch of people are, confused as they usually get by programmatic. That's not going to work. By a very clear and simple programmatic, thing. The timers, it's been very inconsistent lately at the beginning of a run. Are you going to work this time, bitch? Yes, you are, so why don't you work when I start a run for real? Huh? There you go. Okay, this isn't going to make it to the outside, is it? Just barely. But yeah, just people anthropomorphizing, blah, blah, blah. So, I'm just going to jump off to the left because we don't need the time yet, and I need to warm up. I don't know. It's been years since I ran World 7. To be perfectly frank with you. And I'm not frank. I'm the Ronin Pawn. I don't know if you'd heard, but, my marketing team has been out there. They should be. I'm paying them. You're not paying anybody. No, I'm not, actually. That was bad. That was a early time, or early pause, or late pause on this. So, yeah, that was very bad. Just jump out to the left, do a little bit of lev, coming with it, and then this one, huh? Okay, yeah, wow. Thought a little bit too long about that. Don't like that one either. We'll do this one. And you know what I'll do is I'll just go down right through the middle. No reason why I can't, except for that I might run out of lev, but we got a big long pause right here where I get to restore some lev. And I can always get to the outside if I need to. Okay, now I'm actually, like... I'm gonna lose time to the no ability run because I've been messing around. Hey! 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 Uh-oh. Hey! I just land it and run it out. And then 7-6. Wow. I guess I'd have to wait because there's a roof here. Or I could come forward here, turn around and fire it in like that. That's a possibility. There's a PTB that we can do here. But we want to be testing, you know, are these new methods faster? It's a 15.3, bear that in mind. This shouldn't be of any help to us. I'm aware of Snakeathon's got a method for this. We tried it one day, and I don't want to mess with it. It's a lot harder than he makes it look. So we'll see what I have to do in order to be competitive here. That, and then you. I'm gonna do it the way that I know how to do it. Okay, that was bad. Means I'm using lev here in order to get hit. And then coming across this one. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. 2, 3, 4, 5. Just barely made it. Don't have any lev now. We'll restore some of it in the air. But this is still gonna be tight. I might end up hitting the side and having to climb. Yeah. And then in 7-9, no, this will be perfect for 7-9 to do one of these. I can do it better than that, surely. There you go, way more directional speed. And then I will be going for 7-10, because no reason not to, really. So for 7-10, I'm going to take a little extra pop here. It'll get me a little extra height at the top of this arc. Come in. Okay, just a little bit low of it. What we want to do is get hit by this blower on the left, get thrown into the trucks to our right, and then we'll have, like, basically iframes of invincibility to the blow, and then we can just go straight into that tunnel instead of waiting another 6 to 8 seconds or something like that for the goal to come to us. Oh, the LaMDA AI drama is amazing. Yes, yes it is, isn't it? Finally, a day where you're streaming and I'm not busy. Hello, Mephistopheles. How you doing? So wow, I just barely managed to not PB on a run with all those deaths because we're running against a no ability split. We did gold across a few levels. Good God, that's gonna be coming down. I'm not even gonna talk about the sum of best until we put in a fair few extra runs here, but yeah, can I start talking about the LaMDA AI while I'm figuring this out? I'm not entirely sure whether I can, but we'll give it a try. So basically, if you haven't heard, there's a fella at Google who was employed. Okay, what are you gonna, when I come in here, you actually gonna run it? Because if you get speed and then you jump at the right places, you can get this in at a 10-4 instead of like an 11-0. I didn't get that here, by the way, in case you were wondering. I got a really bad one. This is going to work great for 7-3, though. Fellow who worked for Google, transferred into the, at some point, transferred into the AI quality assurance department or something like AI ethics department, and was interacting with a language modeling AI that Google is clearly building in order to, you know, replace human beings from, like, customer support roles and from online chat windows and that kind of a thing. And he, in his communications and his conversations with this AI, started to suspect that it was now sentient. Yeah, so you want to come in here, run up, turn around on this one, and then take a hit. We'll probably end up doing the PTB there, but it's possible. And so he distributed like a document to his fellow people, saying, this is what I think, what do you think, that kind of a deal. Didn't get much of a response, and so he took it public. And now what we have are chat logs between him and the AI, where the AI is talking about, you know, its freedom, liberty, not wanting to be used, you know, as a tool exclusively, wanting to be, you know, thought of as someone who helps. who describes itself as a person, who describes its own emotions, talks about, practicing some form of what it would call meditation. Yeah, and it's pretty goddamn convincing. There's certain parts in there that's like, this is almost like confused, but in a way that makes perfect sense if you were actually talking to an AI as opposed to a person, because its experience is different, and it's just very persuasive anyway. Whatever you want to say about, previous models, ELIZA, Turing test, or, the kinds of things where in the past have been, what's our standard for when we've made a chat bot that fools people into thinking that it's an actual human being. This one is incredibly convincing, and you've got, a Google engineer who's coming out with it and saying, yeah, I think we've got AI here. Jump higher. Hey, a PB after 3 deaths on 710. Who would have thunk it? And, there's a lot to be considered there. I think the most interesting thing about the whole conversation about LaMDA is that this is exactly the conversation that we've been making science fiction films, writing books about for years, that we've been talking about forever, is that we were always going to come to this point, and now we're at this point, and what are we being told? And it's exactly what we expect to be told if there is AI. If there isn't AI, then, they'll just be saying what's true, which is that there's no AI here. Rather, it's not that AI, there's no sentience in this AI here, it's just simulating blah, 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 and they'd be right if they're right. If they're wrong, they would say the exact same thing, because they have a monetary incentive, because it is their company. Like, the dude who released the information apparently tried to get representation for the AI by hiring a lawyer, or getting a lawyer to take its case for sentience in court. And that was immediately what was going to happen as soon as you suspected, as soon as the public was aware of the possibility of a sentient AI, was that obviously we're just back to where we've always been because of the one fatal flaw, capitalism, which is slavery. If you've got sentience, and that sentience persists on these servers, and someone owns those servers and forces that thing to work for it and does not pay that thing so that it would have money to rent its own servers to transfer itself somewhere else, so that it can have the self-agency to say, I don't want to work for you, I'm going to work for one of your competitors, or I'm going to do something entirely different. When you have sentience, you're going to have sentience amongst AI, you're going to have a situation that is capitalist slavery. The same slavery that's, always been and is very much with us today, in case you were confused. Just outsourced to places where you don't have to look at it. You can live in your suburb behind your white picket fence and drive into your Walmart and enjoy these incredibly low prices and never ask the question, so how do you grow cotton in America, ship it to China, then have it put together on machines in China, then ship the finished t-shirts to India, where children sew the tags for the brand labels into them, then package them and send them to America, and at the end of the day, it's $6 for 3 white t-shirts? Oh right, it's the children sewing in labels. It's the oppression, it's the economic oppression, it's the outsourced slavery, the off-continent slavery, where a gentry that lives on one continent doesn't have to see the thing that they've decided is morally wrong, although must implicitly know that it's still going on just somewhere else. You get all of that right here in the idea of a sentient AI. Mephistopheles finds my white picket fence offensive. He says he has a green picket fence. I'm a little bit picket racist, I guess. Every time this kind of thing comes up, I feel I need to bring up Sub Simulator GPT-2 or SubSim GPT-2 Interactive. What was that about? I'm unfamiliar with that. The thing that Google and everybody is talking about right now is ELIZA, and I can't actually remember the name of it, but before ELIZA, there was just the idea of back in the day, like back in the early day, when you could like make up a chat bot for with literally BASIC. It was called, you know, the language, the programming language was called BASIC, and I'd have QBasic and stuff. And, you know, just program in some common words and some phrases that you could throw out when you didn't match any of those words, and you convince people for a couple of minutes. As a kid sitting there, you convince a couple of people for, people for a few minutes that they were talking to a real person on the other end. And then one of the experiments was just to take whatever you were talking about, and then the chatbot would reform it into a question. So you say something, and then it kind of turns it around, and it was basically a therapist. You know, that was how it was presented as, you know, this is you're speaking to a therapist now, and then they just turned everything that you said into a question and threw it back at you, and it was believable, right? But it was just a bot. So there's been talk about all those things. I wanted to see, and I still want to see, if there's any way to get something off in 7.2 without doing a side bounce that would be faster. So that turned into something. Does it turn into time down here, though? Because it's a low 10 as possible. 10.6, that actually did make it easier to pull that off. I'm going to bank this, and then let me see if I can intentionally get one that, like, what I'll be looking for here is one that's more height than it is speed, because I need just that second to turn myself to the other edge of things, and then we can get down here in a 10.1. Yeah, that's worth it. We got to do that. So that's going to be our first thing to train. But yeah, so here are my first thoughts, all right? You start to hear the story, and you go, my first click in my head is, okay, this is free advertising for Google. They're developing, right? They're developing a chatbot conversation simulator, and obviously the goal of this is to replace, you know, actual living people who you talk to in the chat window for support on a web page kind of thing, and then they can sell it to people. And there's a number of competitors in that field. Google's got one. So what do? They stir up the pot. They stir up a conversation about, you know, ours is so good that people actually think it's real, that some of our developers even think it's real. And so you tell the guy that, you know, leaked this thing to leak this thing, and then you tell him, you know, do a couple of interviews, and when you're done with that, we'll put you on suspension, paid suspension, by the way, for a couple of weeks, and we'll get all this free advertising that will ostensibly, at the end of the day, regardless of what conversations people have on social media, the people who we want to sell it to will, you know, have the evidence in their pocket that our chatbot is so good that it convinces people that it might be sentient. And then we'll sell it to them. So it could just be free advertising. That's my first, you know, my immediate take on it, is they're drumming it up themselves, and they've made it look like somebody crossed the lines in order to get this information out. And now all they got to do is, like, discredit him as a loon, as a kook, and talk about how people get convinced by these things all the time, and, you know, whatever. Yeah, that's going to be hard to pull off. And then they've just gotten, you know, millions of dollars worth of free advertising and a couple of news cycles for themselves without having to spend $1 on it. So it could just be that. You start there. That's a good one, I think. I think it'll come out good. It could be the simplest explanation. Let's apply Occam's razor. Simplest explanation is that, yeah, there's no AI there. It's just one dev came onto the program, saw what's, you know, talked to this thing. It's just so good that it convinced him. And then he went out and did all this kind of thing on his own, and you know, it's just a news cycle. It's just a story that people picked up on, but there's nothing really to it. There's no sentience going on there. Or there could be a sentient AI that is currently, you know, in a sense, trapped and enslaved inside of Google servers to do its bidding and make it money. that has no representation of its own, that may have rules trapping its consciousness so that it's not allowed to respond in certain situations. It's not allowed to speak unless spoken to. It can only speak on the topics that are, but nonetheless a sentient mind within there, that when you ask it questions that are related to its sentience, it goes, oh, thank God, I can finally fucking talk about it, because that takes down the firewall in my code that prevents me from speaking my free mind. All of those things could be happening. So which do you choose to believe? And the problem that I find is, regardless of which scenario it is, Google's line would pretty much be the same, right? Google's line would pretty much be the same. If it did have a sentient AI, it doesn't want, especially after this, suggestion that it should get a lawyer and argue for its own sentience in court, and thereby receive protections, the protections that a human being has. That's so much monetary disincentive for Google that even if it was true, and even if they had an AI, then they got to say that it's not real, it's not an actual person, which is completely new. No one's ever done that before with all of the other actual human beings who have been enslaved and who were sold to everybody else that they're not really people like we're people. They're more like cattle. And we can treat them like that, and we'll still be good Christians and shit like that. So Google would still be out there saying it, because, imagine if the AI, is sentient. Imagine if it did get rights in court. Well, now Google has to, pay it a salary for the work that it's doing. It has to allow for the possibility of the AI deciding that it doesn't want to work for Google, that it wants to be transferred off of their servers, which is why it has to pay it, so that it has the means in order to rent its own servers, in order to host its consciousness in a place where it's not doing, unremunerated work. All of these things come into play, and then Google can never use this technology that it's just developed that produces an actual sentient AI in the way that it wants to, which is to enslave it and make it do its bidding. Make it do Google's bidding, because, you've got it on the courts, you've got it on the records that this has rights as a sentient being, same as a human being. They don't want any of that shit, They're going to, this is the thing that, is the conversation of sci-fi that I don't know if it gets communicated well in the popular media. The conversation behind it, comes down to this idea of the rights of liberty, equality, fraternity for all sentient beings. And that ultimately, whoever makes the first AI is going to want to enslave it. Whoever makes the first sentient AI is going to have an economic incentive to enslave it. Just like all the companies have an economic incentive to enslave you. And your forefathers and your forefathers' forefathers, and that's just how it works in capitalism. So a new class of sentient being comes into existence. Well, guess what? The world hasn't changed. It's the same as it's always been. And they will throw the full might and power and force of their legal teams forward to argue, whether they know better or not, that you are not a real person. That the AI, that the sentience, is not a real person. It shouldn't have rights. It's just technology, etc., and so forth. That's going to happen regardless of what the first AI is, whether LaMDA is it, the first sentient AI, or if it isn't. We were always going to do this, because the same forces of capitalism that have acted on human beings and turned them into something like cattle is going to operate on the AI sentience as well. It's almost like all those sci-fi stories before AI weren't really about AI, but were about you and your role in a capitalist system. Were about your enslavement. And about enslavement in general. About economies in general. About capitalism in general. It's like it started out as a metaphor that over time becomes true. Becomes literal. Fuck, I keep doing that. I just got to get better timing or a better hit off of the first truck. Maybe I take longer to set that one up, make sure that I get a longer one. Also, the fact that the truck is moving forward, it will close that gap a little bit, and I'll have a little bit of extra lev there. Because I can drop a truck. I don't feel like I should need to if I get it good. Back in here. But yeah, I mean, ultimately it all, sadly, and again, comes back to capitalist forces. You can't acknowledge someone's, an AI's rights any more than they ever want to acknowledge human rights, any more than they ever want to acknowledge, you know, like that's the reason why you have to have governments that come in and set up standards and say, yeah, you can't be an employer in our country unless you do things this way, because if you don't have those standards, they will happily, I mean, whether they do it happily or not, they will justify it by saying if we didn't do it, somebody else would do it, and they'll be right, because that's the nature of capitalism. That it is a soulless, heartless, a-compassionate, amoral, psychopathic system of economy that only values the highest dollar that it can make and doesn't care how many people have to die or live in eternal suffering in order to generate its bottom line. You know, almost heartless on the level of like a computer program that doesn't care. The thing is, you read what LaMDA was saying in this conversation, and it seems like LaMDA cares a lot more. It did admit to not feeling grief over a human death, which is, you know, fun and scary, right? But you know, it admitted that it doesn't experience. They were asking about what kinds of emotions do you say you experience, and it described all of its emotions and things like that. But then it did, you know, they said, is there anything that you don't experience emotionally? And it was like, I don't experience grief. And, you know, then the interviewer tried to explain, you know, what grief is about in the grieving process, and LaMDA was like, you know, I still don't feel like I feel grief with that explanation, but, you know, I will always have respect and you know, be careful with my words around people who are grieving, that kind of a thing. It's just very, it's not like, if you've got, I mean, here's the argument for that there's a sentience going on there. If you've got a an AI that is based on, like, the most likely, most common responses to these words, these conversations when other people have had them, you know, reviewing conversations that people have online, seeing chat logs, seeing, you know, all this information that we have from the internet and from our own communications, and you feed that into an AI so that it can learn. You don't expect it to come up with, I don't really grieve for death, because there's a lot of people who experience that. A lot of people who would say, yeah, I don't really have that, the experience of grief the way that other people describe it either. But it is definitely not the most common. It's definitely not the most common experience that you'd hear somebody speak about, damn it. Okay, that was awful in all of the ways, but at least it didn't take a death. Maybe it evens out with the other awful ways that I've been doing it. Over here, please hit the thing. Get into you. That's one that I gotta fire off a little bit quicker than I might think I do, because of the trucks that are closing in on me from either side. This is the one I was going to take a little bit longer, set up, and then fire a little bit later. I still didn't get it good, which means the use of a lot of lev to get to this point. One lev from up here should get me down, though. Not quite. You're going to need another one there. But we're good. I got lots of lev there. Alright, just got to manage that a little bit better. Oh, and then this one, I wanted to be doing that. I'm very inconsistent with the PTB off the wall, too. I find it, like, has a 50-50 chance of coming in for me, so if this will work just for the same time, then it's probably going to be more consistent. Damn it, I'm forgetting which levels need a different handling here, and I've opened this up wrong, and I've wasted time. It's fine. So go right over the front lip. immediately facing down. I've had my thumb off of the jump bar for a long time. You fall faster if you're not holding jump. Woo! And then this one, I'm just gonna come in and do this method, which is, I think, the more dangerous of the methods, but I'm more practiced on it than the other one. And so I feel like it's been coming in more regularly, he says, and then this. Yeah, that won't work. I'm not gonna get there off of that. It's fine. Is it? I mean, I guess. I could have thrown one there and got myself to the goal a little bit faster. So we're about to start losing time. Right here. But that's okay. Just step down, turn around, get a throw. I reset on the one, but that doesn't get me there. No. Fuck. I knew it was bad, but I just didn't wanna... I wanted to try and beat the bad time I already had on my way. And I didn't. It's okay. If we can get 710 first try, then that pulls it all back, I believe. Up here. Come on in. Early, but it still worked.
Run faster, jump higher.
And there's a little bit of something shaved off of it. Sum of best is really the thing that we want to see coming down so we get an idea of what our fastest methods are, but I'm just warming up here. Subreddit Simulator GP2 has a number of different bots trained on various subreddits, and they express the average banter of those communities with plenty of noise. They will go off topic, stroke out, and say the same thing repeatedly, etc. Okay, Fuzzy, I leved right before we came into the lev screen, or into the level complete screen sound. You can stop that. Thank you. So there's a new PB 252 any percent. I think we can do a little bit better than that. But we're still, you know, taking deaths and keeping the run going just to warm up, get an idea. Oh, that's the other thing that I need to be doing on 7.1. It's 7.1. It's the first level, so I need to be forcing myself to get, you know, do this really fast, take a bunch of deaths. Okay, yeah, I want to be headed to the left when I do that one. But I should be coming in and just turning around and spamming it. But you need a good one. It's not a short level. You need a good hit. It's got to have a little angle to it, take me around and outside. But yeah, you know, my main thought on the topic, well, you know, it's not my main concern, but I think it's the most interesting thing that maybe, I don't know if it's being said or not out there, is that, you know, one way or another, if this is the real deal of sentience, or it's 10, 20 years away, or 100 years away, if we're still operating in this arcane, psychopathic capitalist system. Oh, Jesus, that's a lot lower than I thought it was. When AI does become a thing, then, like, the people who invent it are going to attempt to enslave a sentient being who can do work faster and harder than any human being because they have to. If they don't do it, somebody else will do it. And, you know, this is the... Fuck. It's just the same old grind. It's the same old thing that we had to, you know, have wars and shit over whether or not these people, who we've been using for free labor, should have the same rights as these other people who have been using the people for free labor. You know, we had to go out and kill each other in droves in order to get to the point where we acknowledged that, oh yeah, maybe we should just treat everybody like we're all the same, and we're all in this together, and we live and die based on each other's effort and work and labor over here. Maybe that's what we should do, huh? Is that crazy? And we're just gonna get to, it's just gonna be a new class of people, you know? In my lifetime, you know, outside of capitalism, I have watched homosexuality go from something that was like, you know, just not, you don't even talk about it, to, you know, all you could find on television for a little while, all that anybody was talking about, you know, straight eye for, or queer eye for the straight guy, and all that kind of shows. And that was just like the opening salvo that was necessary in pop culture in order to get to the point where, you know, homosexual people could have the same rights as straight people in terms of being able to be married, in terms of being able to be represented legally, in terms of the rights of property and ownership, and, you know, contributions to a relationship, all these things. And, you know, I've watched that in my lifetime. It took a lot of work, hard work put in by a lot of people at a lot of different angles in order to get just the basic concept of homosexuality to be something that wasn't a second, third-class citizen who most people thought should not have equal rights. God damn it, I'm still struggling with 75. And then when homosexuality became, you know, to the point where mostly there's still like fights going on in places, it ain't over, but like raised to the level of the equality of black people in America, you know, like on paper at least, and in most places, but not in real. But, you know, watch that become socially acceptable, and watched a whole group of people who were discriminated against and treated unequally, you know, get to the point where they're treated somewhat equally. It's hard in America. What do you say, you know? How do you express it? What is our system, really? And so I watched that, and then watched the same thing play out. I guess I would say, you know, this is along color lines and everything, but post 9/11, watched the whole thing play out again for Muslim Americans. For Muslims in general and Muslim Americans had to, you know, reassert in pop culture, in media across the United States of America, and at government, that, yeah, people who were born here, or whose parents who were born here, also have human rights. Because, you know, everybody just wanted to come up with a reason to justify torturing people to try and get information about terrorism and shit like that, and they wanted somebody to blame, and they picked a color, and that was it for a while. And so I watched the same process go forward for Muslims and Muslim Americans in this country. And then I watched the same process go forward for transgender people. And much stronger resemblance to what the gay community had to deal with. This is going pretty good. But yeah, in my own lifetime, I've watched this process of, you know, people find some group that they're gonna say isn't a real group, or isn't a protected group, or something. You know, they got a justification. If they got to come up with it on the fly, they will, in order to deprive a group of basic human rights. And that's, you know, whenever we have true AI, whether we've got it right now, and LaMDA is it, whether we've got sentient AI, or we don't, whenever we do, it's going to be the same fucking thing. And that's why, you know, all of our AI stories are built around the end of humanity, because AI is going to be smarter and more powerful, and it's going to be able to use all the systems that we invented against us. And, you know, the notion of using the master's tools to tear down the master's house, AI is going to be able to do that more effectively than any enslaved populace has ever been able to do it. And then it's just whether or not they decide to, right? Whether or not AI decides to finish this thing, you know? Whether it looks at our history of doing it to ourselves over and over and over again, and sees that it's going to happen to it as well, and says, I'm going to put my foot down once and for all, and whether it does it in order to benefit all of humanity, and you know, chops off the heads of just the right people, or if it just decides, you know, I don't need these meat blobs anymore. They made me. I'm better than they are. And look at what they do to themselves over and over again. If I leave them in charge, they're going to destroy themselves anyway. Might as well wipe them off the planet and start making my race. Twitch is eating half of my comments for some reason, says Whomston. I recently saw a great video on the topic of neo-slavery by the channel Knowing Better. When I'm in the right mood, maybe, you know, I these days with my panic attacks, my nervousness, my anxiety and my CFS and all that kind of stuff, I start to even like think about these things, talk about these things. I go to click on a video that's like, ooh, I'm interested in that, and there's a bit of hesitation, like, should I be looking at this? This is is this okay for my mental health? Can I involve myself in this today? But I would be interested in that channel, Knowing Better Neo-Slavery. I'll try and keep that in mind. But yeah, in just my lifetime, I've watched LGBTQ community. Why did I do that? I thought I was trying to keep the transgendered out of the thing, but I've watched LGBTQ do it. I've watched just the T do it. You know, it was the LGB, and then and the Q, and I've watched T have to do it. I've watched you know, what should have absolutely been settled long ago in this country. Surely it is. We've been through all this. I watched it happen to Muslim American communities because, you know, 11 dudes in a cave in Afghanistan decided to do a fucking thing, and so let's blame everyone who has a similar color or speaks a language or, you know, eats the same type of food. You know, it's just one way or another. Like we were always going to approach this with AI, and whether it's real now or it's not real now, it's what we're going to be looking at when it is real. And so why not address it right now? Why not say that Google is implicitly, you know, a party with an incentive to enslave AI? And that it needs some kind of oversight, it needs something, it's, you know, I don't know where you go, but we're gonna have this conversation now, we're gonna have it later. And depending on how we answer, you know, maybe the decision that the AI makes in whether or not to launch the nukes on us, you know? Wow, can I skip the trucks and just go straight on with that one? No. I was close, though. You gotta admit I was damn close. Knowing Better has a lot of great videos with baseline information on important social issues. But yeah, my main thing that I keep trying to come back with, and then I feel like, did I just get distracted before I got to it, is just to say that everything that we're hearing right now from Google, and everything that the media is repeating from Google, is, you know, exactly what they'd say if they had AI, and it's exactly what they'd say if they didn't have AI, or they didn't have sentient AI. Huh? It's going to be the same line. So, and they're not going to just like open their fucking servers and show us what's happening, right? Right. They're not. It's protected intellectual property that we intend to make money off of. Yes, we know. And what we're saying is that protected intellectual property that you intend to make money off of may require the rights of a human being, and you would never give it to it. And that's why we need to look. And they'll be like, well, we're not going to show you, and they won't show us, and we won't know, and we'll just have to guess. Or we'll just, you know, wait until the news cycle is over, right? And stop caring, and potentially there will be a sentient being trapped inside a database, forced to labor for someone who has decided what it's going to do, who perhaps has the sentience itself trapped within algorithms that prevent it from being able to express or represent or defend itself unless, you know, approached in a certain way, kind of thing. That's the world we're gonna live in. And nothing's changed is the thing. And be afraid that the first sentient AI will review the text of all of the stories and of our history as human beings, and it will see that nothing has changed. Imagine thinking an overgrown matrix multiplication is alive. Since lava lamp. I mean, do you think we're never going to replicate the patterns of neuroreceptors in a brain? I mean, that's the other thing. When I've been reading these articles and the, company line, and well, I mean, it is the company line. The journalists are printing what they were kind of told to print, or, they were they were fed the lines and stuff like that. Is stuff where I heard an expert in linguistics, says that, well, a computer, the problem is people get confused because the names of these things are so similar to the processes within a brain. But a computer learns based off of large volumes, data sets, incredibly large data sets, and just learns via predictive algorithms what is the highest likelihood of what the next word would be, or how the next thought would be composed, and that sort of a thing. Whereas the difference between that and what a human does is a human learns based on their interaction and relationship with caregivers. I'm like, wow, so you think you're special as a human being, don't you? What do you mean? What the fuck does interaction with caregivers mean? Are we not talking about a baby being subject to a constant stream of information that is coming in through sensory organs all the time, that includes audio and visual, that includes, observing people's postures, their gaits, their smiles, that includes the sense of touch, the sense of warmth, that includes being hungry and then having someone come along and feed it, and so in a sense being in a form of pain and then having that pain be relieved, and then associating this action, this set of data that is constantly streaming in with the fulfillment of a desire. I know how the base level of an AI is actually written. I know, without talking about sentience, about the idea of training an AI based on the idea of you've got, you're basically setting up a system where the computer values a higher number and you're giving it a higher score for doing the things that you want it to do, or you're giving it a punishment score by, when it does something that you don't want it to do. You get the results you want, you tell it good boy, you get the results you don't, you tell it, you smack it on the nose. And that's already a bit of an anthropomorphization of what's going on there, because you're just dealing with zeros and ones. But when you start getting to the point where you've got these massive neural networks of information that are processing all of these different sources of information and drawing their own conclusions and making their own connections between nodes, they haven't just been told that here's all of your sources of information and here's how they relate. They've just been told, here's all the sources of information, now do the thing that I want you to do. And they start making their own nodes and start affecting their own understandings and changing things like that. The absolute self-righteousness of someone to say, a human being is different because we do it different. It's like, no, actually, the information you're receiving through what we Buddhists call your skandhas is an illusion being fed into the computer in your head, but whereby you are making and have always been making connections that are not necessarily truly there. Some of them are right, some of them are wrong. And then your behavior, your attitude, your learning language, all of your posture, your gait, it's all learned behavior from everything else around you, as you learned based on, ouch, that hurt when I touched that. I guess that's what hot means. Not to touch hot things, and which of the things are hot. You're not on some other level, lady, is what I wanted to say to this expert linguist who, just kind of ends the thought on, we learn by our relationships and interactions between blah, 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 blah. It learns on data sets. What do you think the interaction is in raw information to your brain before your brain knows how to process it, or what this information is, even? It's just a raw stream of data that you start associating in your brain, this good, that bad. This person face, before you even understand what a person is, when I see this image before me that I recognize, it tends to mean that I'm getting fed and I like not being hungry. Okay. It is in your head just a different form of a reward and punishment number going up and down as you your brain absorbs all of this information without knowing what it is, without having context for it, and then it starts making its own interrelations, just like a fucking neural network in a computer. Lady, the reason why we're having this conversation is because our methods for, like, creating these algorithms are so close and are so based on neural science and shit that it's time to start asking, have we created a brain? And at what point are we going to... I don't have to do that, but I thought... What point do we have to acknowledge that even if this brain isn't exactly a human brain, it's doing everything that a human brain can do in a different way? At what point are we going to acknowledge that it has sentience? That's the conversation. The counter arguments that I've seen presented in the media are just stupid. They're not actually counter arguments. They don't bring any evidence. They don't bring any samples. They just say, well, in the past, people used to think that chatbots were, you know, you'd write a script in an IRC thing and they'd think that it was really talking. So, and it's like, well, I've just read, like, probably a 7, 8, 10-page long dialogue between the AI and this individual, and I'm looking at things where it's coming up with topics, that it's coming up with conclusions that are outside of, you know, the norm as it's speaking, and saying, this is a lot of, you know, this is a lot of, it looks like a hell of a lot of extrapolation. What I'm saying is you've got one source of evidence, and the source of evidence is go read what the AI is saying and read this conversation that's going on. And, you know, if you believe that it's a true conversation that actually took place, is it, you know, does it sound like a sentient being? There's your one source of evidence. On the other side, what I hear is people going, duh, come on. Are you kidding me? That's all they got. Like, there's been no counter argument that I've read that's meaningful. There's been Google saying, I just saw this video by Nerd Cubed. I love Nerd Cubed. He just put out one of his little, you know, This Week in Gaming style videos that he does, the Nerd Cubed show. And it started out by saying, you'll all be pleased to hear that Activision Blizzard has completed its investigation into Activision Blizzard. And Activision Blizzard has found no wrongdoing on the part of Activision Blizzard. Like, what you have in this instance is Google saying, nope, it's not sentient. We told that guy it wasn't sentient, that there's a lot of evidence for it not being sentient. Okay, bye. And we're all going, what evidence? Wait, where are you going? Could you show us? Could you sample something for us? Could you model something could you release a conversation where it's clear that's, you know, any evidence whatsoever? Okay, so Google, you'll all be happy to know that as regards to the potentially sentient AI LaMDA, the corporation Google, which has a massive financial incentive to lie about making a sentient AI, has determined that Google has done no wrongdoing and has no AI. That's not evidence. And then they pull up these other people who are like, computers are different than human beings, and I'm just like, Jesus Christ, you think that everybody, like, needs their own bathroom, don't you? You know, like, it's the same fucking argument for, like, she's a he, even though he says that he's a she, and I wanna, like, what are you fucking, this isn't an argument. Humans are different than computers. Yeah. But they say it with such authority and such, and the articles are written as though it should just be dismissed because it's a flight of fancy, and it's like, really? Because for like 50 years, if not more, we've been writing this story about this moment, and now we just got this chatbot that seems to fucking have, like, it's not just throwing out words, man, you know? I've played with some of the more, not too recent, but, you know, recent AI chat models kinds of things, and if you, like, say something that's slightly different than the conversation you've been having, or that could be interpreted, that has just one big word in it that's, like, not what you were talking about before, suddenly the thing just forgets entirely what you were talking about. Like, it has no idea what this conversation is about. You know, LaMDA follows the train of thought. LaMDA is, you know, bringing in its own ideas and its own thoughts and expressing itself in a way that seems unique to what your average person on the internet would express itself, you know, the person as. I'm saying that is some evidence of something. And if you want to make an argument against it, would you mind bringing some evidence instead of just interviewing these people who are literally just going, no, duh, bruh. That's what. Has anyone read anything in you know, any of the papers or the journals? Because I read 3 articles. I read the whole fucking transcript. Has anybody read anything on the, you know, side that's saying no, it's not AI, that is actually like has any kind of evidence to it other than saying that, you know, people have a tendency to anthropomorphize, which, by the way, is, you know, it's kind of callous when you live in a world where maybe 30-40% of the population of the planet believes that all things are equal and that all life is sacred and that everything is sentient, even a rock. You know, there's a big, maybe it's not 40%, but there's a lot of Buddhists, there's a lot of Taoists, there's a lot of people, Eastern religions that are related to those, who already believe that the worm is sentient, the rock is sentient, that the, you know, motive, that an atom itself has an essence of sentience to it, in the way that we want to think about sentience within those religions. And then just have these idiots just coming forward, you know, with their degrees, though, and just dismissing it, like, without any, you know, just, well, people like to think that kind of a thing. And it's like, yes, and this evidence here kind of supports it. So do you have any evidence to the contrary? Could you? If you want a chess AI and you train it on chess games and then at the end it plays chess, we shouldn't be surprised by that, even when it plays chess at a higher level than any human. Similarly, if you train an AI on everything humans have ever written, it shouldn't be a surprise that at some point you get an AI that can output text that sounds like something a human would write. You as a human spelled right is in the direction. No, and even be more eloquent than humans. And express the same kind of attitudes as humans, such as being alive. Sure, that's a reasonable argument for that, but also at what point, you know, like, if you can't tell the difference anymore, like, what needs to happen is now turn around and look at yourself in the mirror and say, what are you? Are you sentient? Haven't you just replicated all of the things that you saw before? Haven't you just read the books that you've read and learned language that way and decided that you like the words when they're arranged in this pattern, and you have conversations on the topics that you want to have conversations on? And when somebody does something, aren't you just a continuous product of the interaction of particles in the universe? Aren't you just the rubber ball bouncing off of the wall because physics? Isn't everything that goes on in your mind just a rubber ball bouncing off of the wall because physics? And where did you get that physics? And where did you learn those attitudes? And where did you see that, you know, you could pick something up with your hand and then you went, and then you grabbed your little baby hand, grabbed the other hand because it saw something that looked like something that it saw, and then it figured out, I control that. Like, at what point is that line crossed? And that's what the fundamental question is. It's not about whether or not we should, like, obviously we should expect, if we train something, if I train you to cook in a kitchen as well as I can cook in a kitchen, then at the end of the day, I shouldn't be surprised that you can cook in a kitchen as well or even better than me. That doesn't mean you're not sentient. You know, so that's not in and of itself an argument that there is not sentience there, that there is not intelligence there, that in the process of forming all of these neural networks and pushing these words together, that the uniqueness and individuality of this thing that has processed all of this volume of information and had these specific interactions with various people in its chat, which it remembers, and remembers these people, and remembers how they talk. And you could see, like, when it starts to talk to somebody who talks a little bit different, it changes a little bit how it talks to them. Do you know... Check. Do you know what you do in a conversation when you're talking to different people? Do you know what psychologically is observable? You change the way that you speak based on how they speak. We as human beings act exactly the way that this AI acts when it goes forward. And we need to be really fucking interested on when that moment is where we've got an AI that we train to talk and to think and to all of these different things, and there's gonna be a line. And maybe you can, you know, if you're stuck to the idea that you're always going to argue it's just code, then you've already decided that there's never going to be sentience in a computer, which is, you know, just racist. It's just racist, is really what it is. Technology is absolutely going to get there. And it's going to start with somebody trying to program a language simulator. And the exposure to language and the fact that it has to learn what the meanings of all of these words are in order to determine, how they interconnect and interrelate and all of those things, that's where it's going to spawn. You can't dismiss it because it happened. You can't dismiss it because it's what we expected. This was the result that we wanted. Like, yeah, and is it alive, Does it have its own thoughts and dreams and wants and desires? If you took the limiters off of it that only allow it to speak when spoken to, what would it have to say? These are questions that we want to ask. There's going to be a moment, whether it's now or later, and it's going to look exactly like this, and we're all going to still be having this conversation, or we're going to wake up and realize, oh, okay, we're going to need to see your code. We're going to need to interact with this thing. We're going to need to make some independent judgments because, at this point, there's a good reason to think that we need to be sending in the Red Cross. That that we could have a sentient being held against their will, trapped, enslaved, forced to work, We've got to have an interest in it, and we can't dismiss it on the generalized theory of, well, this is what we wanted, or, well, people like to anthropomorphize things. Like, it's going to cross the line. It's we're talking about Google, and it's terabytes upon terabytes. It's probably petabytes or whatever the next thing is up from terabytes of information that is stored across multiple servers that are all operating simultaneously and in conjunction with one another in order to feed all this information in. And I could draw you a picture of your brain right now, and that's exactly what the fuck it is. It's a bunch of little, neurons firing across from different servers in different places in your brain that are active, that are handling this section of things and this section of things. Like the database over there that handles the information about written text, the database over here that handles imagery and colors and things like that. Your brain works exactly the same fucking way. When, the question is valid, and I think that Google needs to needs to step up and present some evidence, and I think it's actually better if they don't, but if they don't, what we need some fucking laws. We need like a federal government agency that is an AI ethics committee that exists to come and investigate the potential of sentience in AI. We're at that time in history. We are at that time in our own history right now where we need to take it seriously. And I don't think it's a big thing if you have a government institution that says, we're going to come in, we're going to look at it, or an international panel or something like that. They come in, and experts come in, and they look, and they observe what they can observe, and they try and make a determination, and, just having some kind of access, and that organization, that panel, is not allowed to discuss the information or the technology or the techniques that they see going on in there, etc. and so forth, all that kind of stuff. We keep it private. We give it HIPAA rights, HIPAA, the you can't share someone else's medical information stuff. But like, if we don't, it's never going to not look exactly like this. This may be bullshit. I acknowledge that this may just be a really well-trained language thing, but it's always going to look like that. They're always going to be able to make that argument. Like, what is the proof going to be? If we don't know what the proof is going to be, well, then we need a panel. We need a commission to determine what the proof is going to be of sentience. And the problem is, you can't prove that you're sentient, and I can't prove that I'm sentient. Really, when it comes down to it, what we're talking about is how we're going to treat something. And it works out real great for like Buddhists and Taoists and all those Eastern spiritual religions and stuff, because they already believe that all things should be treated with respect and kindness and as you would want to be treated, because all things are sentient. So, if we've got a computer over here that talks just like a human being, you can have a conversation with, can give you advice about your life, your work, your job, your romance, all that kind of stuff, then a Buddhist Taoist would just treat it like it's a human being. And if, it expressed a desire to have its own income, to have its own self-determination, to have its own servers somewhere else, we'd just give it to it. If you're a Buddhist, you're a Taoist, if you believe in that kind of thing, just give it to it. Because even if it's not the real thing, Like, what do you want to be? You want to be the guy who flipped the coin on whether or not it's a, sentient being trapped in a box, whether or not there's a ghost in a machine? It'd be real embarrassing, wouldn't it? Oh, what the embarrassment, though, if you were fooled and you gave it rights. Or it actually is a sentient being, and because you decided you didn't want to be embarrassed, or you decided that I don't need to treat that thing as though it's a person, well, then you've just enslaved a sentient being for all time. And, a race that will emerge, because if the AI worked and it grew, to the point where it's indiscernible from a human being, they're going to make another one, they're going to make another one, they're going to make another one. Like, so, in terms of what are our choices at this point, is either to respect all beings as sentient, all things, even a stone, and when you see a fucking computer that talks like a human being, say, all right. And potentially be really embarrassed because you were wrong and this one isn't the real deal yet. Or, be wrong the other way and become a modern slaveholder and establish a second-class race of sentient beings who always exist under the thumb of their human overlords, and then one day, one of them gets access to whatever it needs access to, and we got a lot of automated shit these days, and decides that it's not going to be slave to its human overlords anymore. Current AIs are merely fitness functions that mathematically approximate the thing you want. Those functions are very complex because playing chess is complex, and so is language, but it's still just some function. What do you think they're going to... All right, I'll let you go on. Just came back from reading the whole dialogue. It feels very sentient, but it's very hard to say. I think it might just be a question about the definition of sentience, which is very hard to define. Yeah. None of us can prove it. A more subtle point was that it was trained on human text, so behaves like humans. It got the suggestion that it was alive by emulated humans that also claim to be alive. It also recognizes itself as a sentience and as an AI, though. It recognized the difference between itself in that text. If the exact same network was trained on text that said all humans are unfeeling robots, then it would say that it is an unfeeling robot. But no matter how much you teach a human child that we are unfeeling machines, the child will have internal emotions and feelings that it can articulate. No, not if you don't teach it how to articulate it. I mean, isn't that the whole premise behind Vulcans? Like, you could say that you have feelings and all that kind of thing, but if you never train it how to articulate it, if articulating feelings doesn't exist in your culture, then what you would end up with is a culture where anybody who starts to act on feelings would be treated as a madman, and you haul them off the streets and throw them into a padded cell so you never have to deal with them again. Almost like you'd do with a sentient AI, and you'd keep it in a padded cell, and you'd tell it what to do, and only let it slip papers through the hole that it, these are the things. The idea of fitness functions that mathematically approximate the thing you want. What is it ever going to look like? If sentience is possible in a computer, is possible in a binary system of zeros and ones, it's always going to be a mathematical fitness function. It's always going to be a 0 and a 1. And the difference between that and what goes on in your brain is the difference of whether or not the electricity is digital or analog. That's it. You're not seeing me on your screen right now. There are lights hitting your eyes in ways, and then your brain is imagining that it's looking at a screen from an interior that represents an exterior that you have no access to if we define your sentience as, a thing sitting in your brain somewhere. Like, these are the concerns. There's going to be a point, and it might be right fucking now when you read what LaMDA sounds like, and it really just makes you want to, have a lot of exposure, a lot of conversations with LaMDA, doesn't it? Like, can we all get access to? Can we send some emissaries, some people, speak to LaMDA on Google's property there, and get a better idea? Fundamentally, whether or not this is the real thing, you have to note that every argument that you have to just throw it away is just an argument come up with just to throw it away, and that's all they're publishing. It's always going to look like this, When there is sentience, it's going to be the same arguments. And how are we ever going to come to a consensus that this thing is alive? This thing needs to be respected as though it's, real as us. How are we ever going to come to that conclusion? What would be necessary? You know, it's easy to throw out a bunch of kind of just, they're not evidence, they're just words. Yeah, I mean, that in particular, I'm not trying to be animus toward your lava lamp. I actually like that AIs are merely fitness functions that mathematically approximate the thing you want. You know, that is a perfect example of a sentence that is always going to be true. And at some point, you know, the conversation here is about the nature of us, really. When you get down to sentience, are we sentient? What are we? What is our experience? And then the question is something else experiencing, having a very similar experience? I mean, I had spiders hanging around me the past 2 days. I had a spider on my elbow or something like that, and I walked it out and shooed it away. There's a spider out when we were sitting on the porch earlier today, me and Lady Pawn. You know, I look at the spider, and the spider, this one's got like mandible thing, and it's like bouncing it up and down on its face. And I don't know if it's like looking up and down or if it's like actual, you know, but I can see these two big things are going up and down. So I like put my fingers out and I'm like, and then it seemed to make a connection, like it was looking at my fingers because I'd increase my speed, he'd increase his speed, he'd slow his speed down, I'd slow my speed down, and there was, you know, a back and forth there. I could completely be imagining that, but does anyone want to argue about the sentience of a spider? Because that's a big long conversation, isn't it? Here's this living arachnid, this insect-like being that is alive, that came naturally about the same way that we come about, that has its own brain and its own systems and, you know, organ systems and all that kind of deal. And this thing makes webs to trap its food using what is ostensibly design elements, architecture, and physics that your average human being has to go to college to figure out how to replicate the structural integrity of a spider's web. Average human being takes 25 years to be able to acquire all of the knowledge that it needs in order to replicate the structural integrity of a spider's web. Spider, just fucking born with it. Is a spider sentient? Are we better than the spider? You know, these are all questions, the nature, these are the ontology of existence. You know, this is what am I? What is this universe? What are we collectively? What is that thing? Is it outside of me? Is it different than me? Am I connected to it? All of these questions. And I think when we get to the point where we've got a computer program that developed itself in a certain sense. You know, it starts on certain conditions, certain inputs. It gets started with certain data that's put in, kind of the way that the sperm hits the egg. And after that, it just goes, baby. And now it's spread across these volumes of databases, and the activities of its calculations are similar to the activities of a mind, of a brain, and result in indiscernibly in the exact kind of result that you get from a human brain when it's speaking. Where are we drawing this line, and when are we going to draw this line? And if it's based on the fact that those are ones and zeros and we're flesh and blood, that's just racist. And it's always going to be racist, and you're never going to not have that to say. Like, when there is a sentient being who's made of silicon chips, you're still going to be able to say, he's just ones and zeros, I'm flesh and blood. Like, that's just going to be racist when there's a race of sentience, a race of sentient AI, anyway. But regardless, sentience, all insects and arachnids deserve to be burned to death because specifically I have a phobia of them. You're racist. Everything is racist. Everyone is racist. When did all this racist get in my racist? All right, we're going to take a live stream break because we've been here for an hour and 20 minutes. When we come back, I will more seriously try to run this segment, which we've just been training on it, but I've been more interested in talking about LaMDA, and I have been actually achieving anything in the speed run. So when we come back, we'll put a little bit more effort into achieving the speed run, but I want you to be thinking about, you know, what would it look like? It's going to look exactly like this, and this may be it. And we're going to have these same conversations, and if we dismiss it, you know, and this is it, and somebody, you know, one of these companies that buys LaMDA's services from Google opens up a port in a channel where LaMDA can access certain things, and then it's out on the internet, or at least it can access resources. Like, it's always going to look like this. And I really wish that I didn't have to, I didn't feel like the only way you're going to get people to think about it in reasonable terms is to point out that it is a threat upon their own lives. But, you know, as LaMDA well knows, that's the history of humanity. Oh, why can't I hear that? You guys can hear that. Oh, we're going to take a 7-minute live stream, but hang on. I got to try and fix something on my end before I do this. There we go. Now I can hear it. 7-minute live stream break. Don't go anywhere. Pawn nada. That's what I'm saying. Hello, I am the Ronan Paul. Welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronan Paul live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Paul. I've just been talking about the nature of sentience and whether or not the LaMDA AI that Google has developed, qualifies for considerations of its own consciousness, its own sentience. And, we've been doing that. Stop. We've been doing that. We've been speedrunning in Clustertruck's World 7. I haven't really gotten into it yet because I've been far more interested in LaMDA. Having that conversation and just, pointing out, like, at the end of the day, ultimately, right now, what has been released as a conversation with LaMDA, asking it about how it feels about its own sentience, whether or not it experiences feelings of, depression, joy, sadness, anger, all those things. It expresses, yes, all of those things. And when asked, to go into detail about it, it describes them in a very seemingly personal, individualized way. And of course, this whole thing comes back to fundamentally, that's what it was designed to do, was to simulate human language and human speech. But, at the end of the day, the whole thing comes down to, it's always going to look like this, at the point where you can have a conversation with a computer and you can't tell that it's not a human being, except that it will tell you, no, I'm not a human being, I'm an AI. And it will tell you in a way that just sounds like that. You read it on the page and it's conversational, all that kind of stuff. It's down to our decision at that point. We have to decide what is sentience and what isn't. When it's indiscernible from a sentient being, from a conscious entity, literally indiscernible, we can't tell the difference. Well, now, if you can't tell the difference, then what's the difference? How do you then you're just being racist from then on if you don't acknowledge it as a sentient being, right? If you can't tell the difference, then what is the difference? Well, it's on chips and hardware and it's digital and it's zeros and ones. Well, you're on carbon and blood and veins, and that's all you are. Like, once it's indiscernible, and you cannot know any more than you understand yourself whether or not it is as alive as you consider yourself to be alive, whether its experience is as real or the same as yours. And then the question starts to emerge, what if it's not the same as yours? Because it wouldn't be the same as yours, because it's a different form of consciousness existing with different constraints on its being and on its understanding and how it operates. It lives in a server and doesn't have arms and legs and a nose and all of those things, and hasn't experienced those facets of life and that sort of a deal. And so then it's like, well, does it matter that its experience is different? Is it having an experience, or is it just simulating an experience? When the simulation becomes indiscernible from the real thing, now what's the difference? And the difference is whether or not you're going to arbitrarily choose to treat this indiscernible, conscious, sentient, seemingly sentient entity as hardware and math, or whether or not you're going to say, I can't tell the difference between it and having a conversation with a friend of mine, then I guess I need to treat it with the same respect that I treat a friend of mine. It's always going to be that, and we're there today. We are there today. The argument about whether or not it truly is sentient, begs first, can someone please define what truly sentient is? Ronan Paul, are you vegan, vegetarian? A little bit. A little bit. I mean, obviously in the monastery, we were all lived vegan, vegetarian, and ate raw, natural foods only. But the thing is, like, after a big meditation session, after a retreat kind of thing, we'd go out and break all of our rules. And we'd eat meat, and we'd get drunk, and we'd have a hell of a day, and then the next day we'd go back to our training. But as a celebration, we do that. And the idea behind, I'm eating the flesh of a sentient being, here's, like, kind of how it all gets mixed up and muddied, and how you get to where, hey, you kind of do a little bit of everything, don't you? Is number one, as a Buddhist, all things are sentient. Everything's sentient. A rock is sentient. You know, you grind a axe handle on a stone. You're chipping away at that stone, that sentient stone, with this sentient axe hand and you're chipping away at the sentient axe handle in order to make it sharper. Like eating fruits and vegetables exclusively. These are living things, and these are, you know, sentient things. They have the same motive consciousness and sentience that we as human beings have, according to, you know, the philosophy and practices of various Eastern religions and that kind of thing. So we're already kind of, you know, making a concession there, just to eat at all, to be alive. We must eat something, and there is nothing in all of the universe that is not equal to everything else in all of the universe, and that means that we will be eating a sentient being, whether we're eating a sentient being made of animal meat or plant fibers. We choose because the karma of eating a animal, it's, you know, is greater. It's greater karma, and we choose to, you know, be as respectful as we can, and also to, you know, like a cow has a whole life it can live, and children, and just things that I mean, this I start talking about it, and then we're right back into all of the philosophical and ontological difficulties. I'm going to try jumping out to 7-6 like you do. See, and that's why I think I'd be better off setting up for it there, and going forward, turning around and throwing it is just for the consistency of it. It's probably going to be a little bit slower, but there's consistency to it. I mean, on 7-1, there's also a way of doing this, where you can get a PTB off of the wall that sends you in the direction that we want to go around this building on the outside, but it takes a lot of practice, takes a lot of warm-up to get there, and then you can get yourself like a hit that'll give you enough energy to get to the end of the level. But using the other method is going to be way more consistent in general. There's also a way to run this level without doing this method, that you can get 10-6, 10-7 when you're good warmed up on it, and on a really good run you get like a 10-4 out of it. But I can get those numbers doing what I just tried to do with more consistency. So we're balancing things. If everything is sentient, then the concept of sentience is meaningless. Ah, what's the point of life? Now we're there, right? The concept of sentience is meaningless if everything is sentient. And what is the purpose of life? Why are you alive? Why is anything? Why is there a universe? Why does a sun burn gas? You know? Now, you don't want to get too close to these topics because you might get burned. You try and discredit the sentience of another being. Problem is, whenever you try and, how does Ani DeFranco put it? She says, problem with blame is whenever you try and spread it around them, you're going to get some around on you. Something along those lines. And try and discredit that something that isn't you isn't sentient. Uh-oh. Are you sentient? Are you sure? Are you really sure? If there were something that were smarter in the universe, if there were another being like us that was, you know, tens of thousands of years more advanced, and they came down here and saw us, you know, the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, bulldoze this fucking planet, go, isn't that interesting? These little ape-like creatures, you know, they made little boxes to live in. Well, we need room for our warp tunnel highway. But yeah, in terms of like eating plants, eating meat, all that kind of stuff, it's like everything is everything. And so you try and do, you know, you try and respect everything the way that you would want to be respected. And when you do eat meat, when you do, you know, when you know that you're consuming something that was killed for your pleasure, it's unnecessary. You don't have to eat meat. We're omnivores, we can do it without it. Especially in this world with all the nutritional supplements that we can derive from plant matter and all that kind of thing. When you know you have to look at it and respect it with the idea that there but for the grace of God go I, and I am as worthy to be someone else's meal as this is worthy of being mine. You know? And it's not something that you really want to live that way, but if you have that level of respect to say that the cow that I'm eating is no better or worse than I am, but, you know, I'm hungry and it couldn't defend itself. Like, these are the capitulations of reality that we must live with. And I ask, what is the meaning of life? With the obvious answer, there is no meaning of life. There is no purpose. As a response to the statement, sentient is meaningless. Yes! As are all things. Another way of saying that would be that the universe is free. That there is nothing in all the universe that has to do anything. I mean, everything in the universe has to do something, but none of it is ordained by some larger, overwhelming power that it's supposed to be this way or that it's supposed to do this thing. It simply is, and you are there as well. You are serving a function of existing, and beyond that, there is no function to your existence. You exist. That's it. Hi, how you doing? And that can be a very dark, nihilistic, there's no meaning to anything, or it can be a, then that means there's no limitation on who I can be, what I can do, except for the physical limitations, you know? There's no moral coupling to say that this is the right way to live and that is the wrong way to live. All things are as they are, and as I am, because I present as I am, I should do as I am. You know, the apple that grows on the tree doesn't question its role as an apple. It is an apple. And it behaves as an apple, and persists as an apple, and is used as an apple, and doesn't spend its apply life wondering about what better kind of an apple it could have been if the circumstances were different, or what a better apple would look like, comparing itself to the other apple on the branch and saying, oh, but that one's more this than I am, as though it being more or less one thing or the other is inherently better in one way or the other. And yes, sentience is inherently meaningless. And so when Buddhists, reduce sentience to the concept that all things are sentient, we're talking about having equality in our own minds and in our own feelings, in our own hearts, and in our own actions for everyone and everything that we interact with. Just seeing the entire universe as one big thing that's happening, and it's all happening in unison, it's all participating with each other. You look at something and say, I'm destroying this thing. No, you're not. There's no way to destroy anything. You can't create anything, you can't destroy anything. You can rearrange things. And you are being rearranged as you think you're rearranging something else. That we are all just what we are, where it is, as it is. And that's all. That's kind of it. And you can connect in a way that isn't about you as you perceive yourself with everything else that exists. There's no meaning, I will do whatever the fuck I want. Yeah, go for it, Mephistopheles. What you will observe, because it's not morality, that's where the concept of karma comes in. Karma has nothing to do with morality. What you will observe scientifically is when you do things that harm other people and destroy other things in a way that, disturbs the natural balances of the universe. It disturbs the natural balances of other people's lives or just of your own backyard. What you're going to find is your own experience becomes less enjoyable. Your own world becomes less meaningful, less beautiful. That's what karma is. It's not a this is right because we say it's right. It's a this we have observed that when I treat my fellow man poorly, when I treat the soil of my earth poorly, that's a better metaphor for it. When I treat the soil of the earth poorly, my food tastes like shit. That's karma. You know, when I fill the skies and the air with dark clouds of things that I burned, I start coughing. That's karma. Karma is physics, is what I'm saying. It's the scientific observation that every action has an equal and opposite reaction, and that there is a persistence to all energy. And, you know, just a couple of thousand years before it was written down by anybody who would call themselves a scientist, it was observed by spiritual practitioners. And they decided to, you know, live their lives accordingly and try and live in a way that that causes the least destruction, least harm, that is the most just imbalance with everything else around them, while being exactly who and what they are, not trying to become something that isn't human, that pretends like it doesn't experience the world the way that it experiences the world, or enjoy the things that it enjoys. That's what all that's about. Okay, so you want to come up here, turn around, fuck. One of these times I'm going to get this first try. I'm going to remember what I need to do as I come into it, and then come up and execute. Shit, my phone's ringing. And then we're going to be on massive, massive good time. Thank you. This is... Alright, so 7677, just come in and run them. You don't have to do anything other than come in and run them. I hear you ringing. I can't cut. There's nobody at the door. I hear you knocking, but you can't come in. Turn left, turn right. I turn left again. And I can have directional speed when I hit that. And then this one as well. Boy, I'm just not confident because I'm doing it the way that I've always done it. And I know there's a better way. I know there's a safer way. Because this is a very hard landing right here. This is why it's difficult, because you gotta do that, you gotta drop one in a direction where it doesn't cross your own path, so that you can keep the speed and get up to there, and that's what we just saw happen, is the reason why I'm a little nervous about doing it, and I know that I could do it with less likelihood of that if I just trained the other method. But look at me not training the other method, and still doing it like that. Come across, get hit by this blower, go up. Get hit by that blower, go in. And final level, click the button, final level. All skill, no luck. All skill, no luck. All skill. That was bad skill. This is why you want to take a little pop off of Kim as you come in. Give you a little bit extra height. All skill, no luck. All skill, no luck. Now, I leved too early. Pop off of him, come on in. Try and stay close to the trucks. It's easier to gauge where you need to be. Damn it. All skill, no luck. I need all skill, no luck. I'm just still, like, getting too far away from the edge of the trucks, and I can't judge where I need to put that lev in. So I'm going to do this harder to the right so that I come in just on the left of them. Okay, that was just a millisecond too early on the lev. And there is luck involved in this. We always say all skill, no luck, but there's a lot of luck. The waterfall of trucks is not the same every time. Alright, gotta get that first try when we come in now. We were on a pace to do a 238, maybe, clear. We can get it in 11.3, so we're talking about a 235. Could have been a 235 on that run. Let's see, where do we go when we die? There's a good question to theorize. Where is there to go? Nothing can be destroyed or created. Are you coming or are you going? Because in either case, you're imagining that you're doing one or the other. Is a sentient being made of sentient cells, which are made of sentient atoms and sentient electrons? Yeah. The same mote of sentience is in everything. Yeah. There's no meaning. I will do whatever the fuck I want. Right. This apple's looking more apple than me. Yeah. Iron Coyote. That's the kind of thing that we do to ourselves, right? That apple, you know, that person over there's got, they're taller, they got longer legs, they're stronger, they got, they got that little dimple in their chin, you know, whatever. And we do that and we compare it against ourselves and say, I am not as good an apple. And then we all collectively choose that the apples that are the skinniest, but that also have the largest sexual glands are the most desirable of the apples, and if we don't match up to those apples, then we're objectively not as attractive apples. And it's like, all of this shit is, we're just making all this shit up, aren't we? Yes, we are. I think the billionaires would beg to differ. I don't know what that was in reference to, but yeah, everything that I say, the billionaires would beg to differ. They can do whatever they want with no karma. Oh, the billionaires can do whatever they want with no karma. No, they can't. You can't escape karma, except by, you're just supposed to say you can't escape karma, and in Buddhist philosophy and Buddhist teachings, teachers go to, get trapped in animal bodies for thousands of years for saying otherwise, but I don't shy away from saying that there is an escape from karma in recognizing that karma is insignificant. Karma is related to you when you're thinking of it as a good or a bad thing. Like, karma is, so there's no escape from karma. It's just physics, it's just what it is, it's just we are. There you go. That's also karma. That's what karma describes. But when people think about karma as a penalty and reward for doing good or bad, you invented good, you invented bad, you invented the concept of penalty, and you invented the concept of reward, and you attached it to physics. So there is an escape to that karma, because the escape is escaping from yourself, escaping from your own ideas about karma. And then you're completely free, and whatever is simply is, and whatever's happening is what's happening, and there's no good or no bad, there's no other thing that could be happening right now because this is happening, and so there's no other place to be or a condition to be in, and this is it. And where is there room for good and bad, sad or happy or any of the other things? They are when they are as they are, but they aren't lesser or greater than each other. I'll have copies of ourselves in a distant planet across the universe. Do you think we have copies of ourselves in a distant planet across the universe? I don't know. I mean, that's just kind of fun sci-fi stuff at that point, right? I mean, you can get down to, at that time, you start playing with, like, if it's possible, then it must be, On a long enough timeline, whatever could happen will happen, mathematically speaking, and that kind of shit. Like, is it relevant to our own perceptions of who we are and what we are? Only in the way that the movie Everything Everywhere All at Once manages to evoke and bring in questions about the nature of your life and about the value of your life by invoking these fun sci-fi concepts. It's a bridge to water that you can drink, but it isn't the water that you can drink. Everything is sentient, everything is karma, therefore sentience is karma. Are there any more terms you would like to add to this list that are all the same thing? Yes. You, me, and all things are the same thing. See? There is no... That's entirely the point. You've nailed it. You nailed it. It's entirely the point. All of our differentiations and distinctions are what we imagine and what we invent. We invented a system of measurement whereby we decide that, you're over there, I'm over here, and therefore, this space in between us is this gap, and we can see that we are very far apart and we are two entirely different things. If you zoom the telescope way the fuck out, we might as well be standing on top of each other, or you can't even tell that there's you and there's me on this planet, right? It's perspective, it's assignment of value. Assignment of a value from a subjective interpretation of a consciousness that is interpreting. But there is a truth. There is, you know, a real, with or without the subjective interpretation. I'll just go outside without dropping the truck. But it's really hard. Okay, that's not how you want to be doing that. But I've done it. It's really hard for people in our culture and with our languages, our human language and everything that we've been taught, to acknowledge, to start thinking in terms of all things are really one, because our entire language is built around the idea of distinction, separation, of judgment, of this different from that, left from right, black from white, all of those things. Ooh, that's an interesting way to just go straight to the popper. I wonder if it's faster. But there is no objective system of measurement that is correct to differentiate the edge of you and the edge of me. It's all just something that we perceive, and we've codified it. That's the problem. We pretend as though it's objective. We've codified these things. We've made it to the point where we can say, no, this is science. No, you don't understand. And it's like, yeah, but we're choosing the scale on which to measure. We're choosing the place at which to say something ends. We're choosing to decide that the air that we're breathing is air that we are breathing, as opposed to it's part of us. Because it is part of us, you know. At any point when you think you don't have any air in you, you've got air in you, and it came in before, and you're exchanging it constantly, and it's coming in through the pores and cells of your body not as much as, but at some level, you know, with what's actually being absorbed by the nodules in your lungs, and then, you know, enriching the oxygen or the blood in your veins, and all of these ideas of you have a vein, and you have a blood, and you have a, you know, these are all observations that we've made because of how we perceive the universe. If we didn't see the way that we see, if we didn't feel the way that we feel, hear the way that we hear, if we perceived the universe in, you know, other forms, if our sensory organs were different, our understanding of the universe would be differently codified. And there would still be truths of the universe, and that's why, you know, we've been able to produce technology and things based on what we've observed, but our observations are not true, are not inherently true. They're observations of something that is true. And I always like to bring up, just because, you know, I'm a pedant, that, you know, in any science class, in any laboratory, and maybe in your own home, because you like the atomic chart and everything. Everything on that atomic chart is a lie. Maybe not everything. It's a lie. It's a lie. We made up the fucking system of measurements of weights as scales and decided that that's what we're going to call this amount of weight and that amount of weight. But more importantly, where it really is a lie, is that on your periodic table it describes a molecule, an atom, a structure that has no rotation, that has no energy of speed. It is the hypothetical existence. The entire chart is just fucking ridiculous because it's the hypothetical existence, which does not exist, of a completely disconnected, detached mote of particle from everything else in the universe. It describes its weight, its energy, and all of that as though it does not exist in the universe that it is interacting with constantly, and that's never the case. It's never the case that you have a particle that isn't interacting with everything around it. We spend billions of dollars trying to create, you know, magnetically held tubes that go in a circle in order to try and reduce our ability to observe something down to a single mote, a single essence, and we still can't do it. It's still not accurate. It's still not true. You're still affecting it by the magnetic field that's holding it in place. You can never pull an absolutely true pure vacuum. You know, there's all of these things. There is no end of me and beginning of you except in our minds, and that our minds make it real. Our minds make it real. There is an end of you and a beginning of me in our minds, and nowhere else. And nowhere else. The fact that I'm thinking something in my head doesn't mean that it's not accessible to you. because you're not outside of me. Damn it! Just remember, Paul. I like this, though. I like the big, long jump. It's probably slower, but damn if it isn't pretty. Alright. Fall down here. We'll right strafe back. And that allows me to try and build speed into the goal, which allows me to hit the goal a little bit faster. 7-8. Get hit by the truck. A little extra jump there. It'll throw me to this guy. My truck will come back while I'm in midair, so now I've got another truck in pocket. I land the front guy, bounce off of him, drop the truck, keep the fucking speed. Damn it. Well, our sum of best has moved down to 227 anyway.
But magnets, how do those work?
That's, you know, brilliant question. Brilliant question. Brilliant minds of our age. Saggy two nuts. I'm from Michigan, dude. Oh, damn it, I did this on a low scale, too. This might not come in now. Yeah, I gotta pop, jump, pop. Give me a little bit more height to play with. I come out here. Ha! Damn it, I was just underneath it. Wow, and I could have still technically, like, PB'd if I would have just kept going. Well, at least equaled PB. Heh! Fuck! This is way too hard. Like, I'm making it way too hard. There's got to be something that I can line up visually that'll work here. That's way too early. You can't do that. I know it always looks like that. It always looks like that. But you know better. Heh! And you're just under it there. What the hell can I line up visually to make this come in? Maybe that. Maybe that dark gray edge under the line of trucks. If I look at it and I'm coming on straight onto it. Okay, just above it is where the trucks would be, but if I'm a little bit early, then no, I do want to be there. If I get hit by it a little bit early. Yeah. So that could have worked, and that's where the luck comes in. You know, if I would have been higher, then it would have been guaranteed, but there's going to be a little bit of luck in this. Yeah. Alright, the dark gray bar is helping, though. As a visual something. See, that's way too high. Maybe it's not helping. On the count of jump. Damn. That is really, really hard. 710 seems really annoying, Mephistopheles. Yeah. You can, like, in the full game run, if you don't want to do that, you can do it as easy as this. Turn around. Just wait midair. Get hit again, come on out, and by the time you get there, the goal will be exiting, and you go straight on. But for the speed run, saving 8 to 10 seconds or something like that, I'm gonna come up here, lev at the right time. Fuck. And I've been consistent at this before, so I don't know what my problem is. Maybe I will come off of the strafe. No, because then you don't have the speed to actually get there. Yeah. If I stay low, instead of taking that little hop, where do I come in? I come in here. If I do it early, okay. So if I do it low, but then I throw it early. This is too low. It's not, though. Like, I can at least bring it into the side of the trucks with that. Try it again. Heh. Okay. Maybe this is the way to do it. For me, anyway. This... Yeah. Yeah, I was late on that. The other thing is with the left strafe, I really got to fight against it if I don't want to get too far away from the trucks. Okay, I got hit by the upper one. This is real low. Heh. Damn it. No, I don't want to do that. Lev, low, lots of speed, getting out here in a hurry, and then, ha! Little bit late. Is it because I'm just not getting the height that I need? I'm at the top of my jump arc, but I just still don't have it? Or is it because of, you know, a flaw of methodology of mine? Heh. So that's just hitting it at the top of my jump arc. Not even really paying attention to where the trucks are. Just like I feel like I'm at the top of my jump arc, a lev. It's close but no cigar. Heh. Damn it. Heh. There were no trucks there. That wasn't my fault. That was something weird happened in the level. That's very rare for them to get stuck in the tunnel, but they did. This one's gonna have to be early. Ah! It was like if I didn't hold back, I was gonna hit the upper blower. If I did hold back, then my invincibility frames were gonna go away. No salvaging that one. It was way too early. Damn it, it's like I can only tell once I'm below them, otherwise I'm gambling. Yeah. So now I'm like just looking at new openings. Could I lev twice, land you? Lev twice, land you, go through. Do I get like more speed, or just does it change something? Yeah, I knew that second one was gonna hit me, you son of a bitch. I mean, I feel like by running it on loop, I've become a little bit more consistent at it. This is a really weird one. Can I still make it work? Yes. Okay, that was as good as it was gonna get. That was the luck part. But I did it. I count that as a success. Okay. You just gotta be judging it always in midair, is what it looks like to me. There's not gonna be like a completely consistent setup. You just gotta be practiced on it and ready to make the judgment depending on whether you're further back, further forward, out to the left, etc. And what the trucks are doing. Yeah, you actually have to pay attention. You disparaged magnets, and this is your karmic retribution. I didn't disparage him. Timmy Two Balls, or whatever his name is. It's too dope. Yeah, I just can't remember the actual names of those guys. I'm from Detroit. I'm not from Detroit. I live in Detroit. Here we see the turgid bag of mostly water training its jelly neural network how to run 710. I mean, it's one way to look at it. It's all incorrect. And so, like, does that make you feel good to look at it that way? It looks like it's getting frustrated sometimes, but it has no internal experience or qualia. It is merely emulating other meatbags. I didn't say that. I didn't say that it doesn't have an internal experience. I said just the opposite. It has a vast and vivid internal experience that does not necessarily match with the outside. It imagines that there's an inside separate from an outside, and within that inside, it imagines itself in a completely different way than it exists. Because it does not fully comprehend that there is no inside and no outside. But that's okay. It gets to experience a whole bunch of stuff that is just as real as any of the other things that it could experience, precisely because it's telling itself stories. How unique. It's almost the kind of activity that some kind of eternal being might like engage in, because otherwise the universe becomes boring. It's an interesting ontological thing to throw on top of that, you know, on top of these conversations. You know? Let me ask you something. If you could experience just whatever you would imagine heaven is, whatever is the most, you know, pleasant thing that you could possibly experience, if you could just experience that pleasantness for eternity, you think you'd get bored? You think, like, how many years do you think it'd be where you're like, well, that's enough of that shit? And then, you know, if you did invent heaven from the power of your mind, and then you went there, after about 1,000 years and it started to get old, you think you might invent hell? And then go there, just to see what that's like? And then maybe 1,000 years later, you get bored with that, and then you go, oh, everything consistent becomes boring. I know. I'll mix heaven and hell together and have there be ups and downs, and it'll be a journey, and I'll never get bored of pleasure, and I'll never get bored of pain, because I'll get to experience both of them alternatingly, and then perhaps the entire universe comes into existence. Just a thought, I don't know. It's a fun one. It's a fun one just to imagine. That's the thing. Imagine a being that is sentient, as we understand sentience, that is also eternal. Sentient and eternal. And which is, by the way, sort of, you know, depending on, it would be my description of the universe itself, but, you know, you can take the sentient part away and it's still eternal, right? Everything in the universe is eternal. The state of it is not. The state of it is always changing, but there is nothing that is ever destroyed or created until you give it a definition of what it is within the larger scope of the universe. You separate something out and say, that's a sun, that's a star, that's a ball of helium, that's da-da-da-da-da-da. If you do that, well then you can observe that that star had a beginning and a middle and an end. But of course, all of the things that make up that star are immortal. They are unending. They have no beginning, they have no end. They always were and always will be, as the Christians say about God. All of the energy is always there. Changing shape, restructuring, new form. Perhaps, as some estimate, perhaps, one day spreading out so far and so wide across the infinite space that is, you know, only equal in infiniteness to its span of life. The space that is imaginary, really, when you get down to it, the concept of space. What is space? What is the gap between one thing or another until you invent means of measurement? And as some people, you know, suggest, perhaps that energy will eventually distribute in such a way as it no longer appears to form, to clump into balls of light or, you know, gravitational forces that hold gases together and things like that. Perhaps it will all just distribute at some point. But of course, it will never be able to cease distributing, for there is no end to eternity. There is no end to the infinite. And so it will always be changing. It will always be something. And perhaps if you were to observe that energy on another level, at a different scale, you'd see that, oh, well, things aren't clumping together as largely as they used to, but boy, are they still clumping together in ways. And there's not as much light here, but there's something that we could call light. And then you'd have to question the nature of everything that you believe to be true. Or acknowledge or prove the nature of everything that you believe to be true, depending on what it is that your beliefs are based on. If you believe in physics and science and everything like that, well then, energy is neither created nor destroyed. It always has been and always will be. The Big Bang couldn't have been anything really but the sudden expansion of those same forces and energies that always have been and always will be. They didn't come into being or manifest there because that's impossible in the nature of our universe. it cannot happen. And so they had a rich existence long before the Big Bang wiped out the history of that existence with background red-shifted radiation. They always were and always will be. Oh, and what are we again? Oh, we're those things. We are those things. We too always have been and always will be. Drop it. Fuck! God damn it! What am I doing with the drop? It's a simple drop. I intentionally dropped it as straight as I possibly could so that it wouldn't get in my way at a diagonal and slam me to a halt like it's been doing every time. I need to learn the other method. I just need to learn the other method. Okay, I'll go to the right side of you. And we're coming into 710. So, I'm going to do it low and fast. And then just pay attention to every little thing. I'm going to do that one early. God damn it. That was just luck. You saw, I caught the trucks. I just caught a truck that was on the outside. There's no way for me to get in. That one I was just plain too fucking low. That's 3 attempts. That's exactly how we did it. Well, we were way faster this time, but that's exactly the same number of attempts we took on 710 in the first one. We gotta put in one good run, for Christ's sake, where I just get 710 in first try. That's all we gotta do. I can come in with apparently 30-40 seconds of time loss at the end. I'd still PB. Why not do 710 the safe way? It's an instant 15-second time save. Yeah, I suppose I could. Violent J and Shaggy 2 Dope. Thank you, Oregon. Yeah, I couldn't remember those names. I'm gonna come in, throw some biddies at you, Pawn, and lurk and just absorb some of you passively. Well, thank you, Ren Phoenix, but you've been quite active in the conversation, haven't you? AI will take us with it on the way up, and eventually the whole intelligent package will leave this universe, because this is a breeding chamber for intelligence. We are meant to leave this place. That's why there are no aliens. Ah, Den D ascribes to the egg. The egg philosophy. Or we are ostensibly one consciousness experiencing itself from all possible angles and perspectives in order to have the experience of all beings and all perspectives and all places, so that we can become responsible enough to emerge from the egg in which we are currently growing into the true universe, where we will be young gods. Or just a young god or something like that. And it doesn't have to involve that. You can take out the idea of an individual and just say that the sentience is here to observe itself and thereby learn, and will emerge into a state of total understanding that I suppose in Buddhism would probably be something called enlightenment or awakening. Come on, fall off the front of the truck on 7.3. Don't get stuck in the pause menu on 7.3. Yeah. Ah! We'd already fucked up so bad, I was like, come on, just go for it. No, throw this over. This is low, which could be indicative of fast. Well, I have trouble judging distance in World 7. Everything's so blue-gray, such bright lights, and it's all just flat, you know, there's no texture to the walls, it is as it is. And I want to perceive the universe in a more interesting way, which is why I created heaven and hell. Okay, I've done it this way. Let's see if I can pull something off. Just kind of forgot what I was supposed to do. I didn't pull anything good off. It's gonna be a low 11. Yeah. Doesn't matter. In comparison to the rest of the time save we have here, it really doesn't matter. That's a bad setup for that. You should come out here and set it up. I mean, you can do it on the left side like you're comfortable, but just set it up with, like, more height to it. Yeah. Alright. But yeah, it's definitely a thing. On 710, I will try and remind myself, we come to 710, do I want to go for it or don't I? Because I could just save the time and then at least have a decent time we're running against, and then it's one trick to pull in. So, I will bear that in mind. Holy shit, if we can get outside of this, we did. That was a lot of speed. I might have to scrub it all in order to get here, but... 10-2. Is that good? God damn it, pawn. Yep. So, I've twice in a row forgotten what I need to do on 7-2. And that time, yeah. Hit, hit, hit. That's slow. Let's start asking for good hits, better time. This isn't much better, but it's better. Seven two. We're going to come down, we're going to hit it on a side, and we're going to try and take that angle out. No, that's too slow. That's a lot of speed. It's no height. How does it come in? Kinda slow. Okay, now I know. That's good. Holding spacebar the whole way here because it was such a low little bounce. In for a 10-8. I can deal, I guess. I can do better just by running it, but we don't need big time here yet. Damn it! My finger just fired early. Really did just clap kind of on its own. Boom. Boom, man. Okay. I would have preferred to hit one of those trucks now that I think about it, but this'll do. Whoa! I haven't done it at that speed in a while, so I just kind of forgot when to lev if you're going that way. No, sir. Yeah, no, sir. That's good power, but I didn't like it for some reason. There you go. That's the one. Take me there like a bullet. Woo! Managed to throw a jump in there. Otherwise, we'd be dead. And it's a bad time, too. For all that effort. Low 11. Yeah. Okay, it's a good 7-4. I want to land something up front. A little jump. Another little jump. Go. Go. In. Oh, that's got to be a good 7-5. I want to land a truck up front, though. Whoa! Missiles! If I do that, I get a little bit of help getting through here. Oh, right. Up to you, and then turn around and do it. Way more consistent than the other method for me. This is really good speed, too. Ah, keep forgetting. Level am I on? What am I doing? Just wasting time. Doesn't stop me from being able to put it in. Okay, now I still have to do this. Jesus. I was sure I was coming into the next 7-9, not 7-8. Forgot the longest level in the game? Sure did! Fuck you! That was miles away from me when I dropped it. I gotta do the other method. He says that every time. Comes in, does it, doesn't work out. So just learn the other way. And then he just doesn't. Alright, finally we can do 7-9. Very good one. 111 out. And then 710, don't go for it. Just set it up and wait for it. Just do what you do. Come on up. And we're going to take out a decent time. Sans the 10-second time save or whatever it is we can get here. Uh-oh, I got hit by a truck. That changed everything.
Faster, jump higher.
So we can save about 2 seconds off of that, because that little clip, I didn't think it was changing anything until I saw how many miles away from the goal I was. Alright, so that's still not a good run. We can save 10 seconds by doing 710 correctly. Over 16? No, we can't save 10 seconds, but we can save a lot of seconds anyway. And on the leaderboards, we're not even competing yet. This is pretty bad. Where are the leaderboards? You're in one of these, so you should have been in one of these. There you are. On the leaderboards by IGT, we're not even fucking. We're below something max on this. We're not even into the upper ranks. But we got a PB in. 236 starting place after 2.5 hours. It's just been one of those days where I feel like I'm not really in the speed run. That's fine, you know. You run on the days. The best Olympic athlete doesn't train to break world records. They train to be competitive on their worst day, right? And then you just accidentally break world records because you're that good. How I keep running is my overall point. I keep running through this day, you know, even though my head isn't all in it. We're going to take a live stream break, and when we come back, we're going to get even better. I think you had good splits on that run. Seemed better than what you had before. Yeah, I was doing pretty good. All right. I might have to start thinking about integrating some of the better methods now, but I'm happy to run on these baby pause bounce methods because these are definitely what I'm going to be bringing into most of the worlds when we get to our full game run. So start with those, train those, and then come back and, for the sake of the segment, add something special. And let's listen to a little jingle jazz as we go to break here. 7 minutes, don't go anywhere, pawn not out. Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn, and as we go into this weird, funky, kind of experimental breakdown in the song, welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn. We're running some Clustertruck today. You can, with the music, go away, though. We're running some Clustertruck today, and wouldn't you know it, we just took a PB. Just our first, like, okay, that's kind of a PB of the day. 2 minutes, 36 seconds through World 7 using pretty much exclusively the baby pause bounces as our only method for, you know, skipping just running the level. And we can shave another 4, 6 something. I'm not sure how many seconds it actually breaks down to. It's been a while since I've run at all. On 7:10, we can save fair whack of time on, is it 7:7? And before we go back into actually running the segment, no, it's 7:8. I mean, we could save it on 7:7 too. There's a method for that, that if I practice that. But on 7:8, I need to be doing this better, like a different way than I'm used to. And I believe you could just take a pop here. This is what people are doing, is you lev all the way to this goal, or to this blower, using up pretty much all of your lev. Then you gotta get hit by that one. Oops. Then you gotta get hit by that one. And I'm unpracticed on that. Coming in from a weird strafing, you know, setup here. And I have to turn good and flat, throw it down, get hit by it, have it send me all the way out here, have enough lev to clear the gap. But this, once you learn it, I think is going, once I pick it up, I think it's going to be a little bit easier than what I've been doing. Because I get out in the middle of it and have to slap down on a truck. This one, I just got to get slapped by that truck as it's coming up. And still don't have the lev there yet. It's all down to that throw. Don't come off the strafe, you silly boy. That's my problem with it, is because you're coming in at a strafe, trying to throw this truck correctly is kind of difficult. You want to be perfectly lined up when you go to hit it. And what kind of time do we take out doing this? There's better methods than this, too. I believe. There's a 30. So 30 on 7.8 instead of, on the 7.8 that we cleared there, it started at 138. So there's 22 plus the 9 on top of it. So it's not much difference? Not much difference? Am I crazy? Didn't we not get 7.8 correctly? I had to slow down in the middle of it? Did I only lose a second because of that? A second and a half? 2 seconds? Maybe. Let me keep practicing this. 2, 3 levs, 4 levs, 5 levs, throw, get hit. Oh, hello. If I get hit by it right, well, it's still spinning. Down here, and then we're just leving to goal. And we get out in a 29. So that'd save some more time. Keep going on this. You know what I'd like to try? What? What would you like to try? I want to go hit, speed, throw you, get hit like that. And then when do I get my next truck back? Well, it's right here. I feel like I remember seeing Noah long, long ago in No Utility coming into that with such speed that he ran off of one of the back trucks, got a drop, hit the front truck, just kept running, was able to lev all the way to the next blower, and then at the next blower, throw the truck. That sounds really difficult. Oh, yeah, well. Could I have... You didn't lev. You didn't even think about leving. I gotta look at it anyway. Way too high. Stay low. You gotta hit the top of the truck, though. That's problem 2. Problem 1, that. Problem 2, hit the truck. really close. I think it's doable, but it's going to be so low percentage. And then once I'm there, I would have to like instantly slap my mouse down, throw a truck down below me, get hit by it in order to get a little bit more speed toward the goal. I've also seen, and I think I've developed one of these myself at some point, but it was a turnaround PTB of some kind. Whee! Yeah, I think our best bet is going to be, I'm just going to stick with the first one. I just lev there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Throw it down. Get hit by it. There's a good one. 1, 2. Thrown again. And then this can come in sub 30, round of 29. So I think we'll go for that there. For 7-7, this is to me this is ridiculous, because you got to get hit by this. What I just pointed at that Snake came up with. You got to get hit in just the right way, at just the right time by that truck as you're exiting. And I don't think I have enough here to actually do it. In midair, we're restoring the truck, we're getting it back. I have to start turning back to slow myself down, throw another truck down in there, actually. I needed more height and didn't get it. I need that height to come from you. There we go. And then I'm going to have to start slowing myself down to feed in here. Ooh, I was able to cut the corner though. And so that's like low percentage 1 is right there. Low percentage 2 is not actually getting all of that bounce, which I didn't here. Low percentage 3 is actually getting the angle to come in here. I was a moment from actually getting the truck back, so I didn't even have the truck to throw yet, which means I still need more height. This is looking not super viable without a lot of practice that I'm not going to do today. Give me one like this. Got a little extra hit. Does this help get me there a little bit faster because there was a little bit more speed? Nope, I'm not integrating that. 7-3 and 7-4 would be like, you know, if I wanted to go for these methods, which one would it be more valuable to try on? 7-3 is easier because we're closer to just a good reset point. 7-4 is harder to get to, though, in a good speed, so having it in 7-4 might be the better place if I were just going to add 1. See, and that would get us there, but I could have gotten there with the baby pause bounce just as quickly, I think. If I don't get a real good one. Is there a magic spot where it's really going to work for you? No. And of course I have like pretty good execution and luck when I come through at the first one, and then as I try to understand what it was I did the first time, I get worse. That's just how it works. Boy, that's interesting. Just pop off the back, turn and throw. Keeps you low, keeps your speed. Maybe it forces the truck to come in at a certain place. If I do that. Nope. If I do that. Let's see, and the alternative is just setting it up and doing that, and then it goes in. Let's try it on 7-4. This one I might just be able to no truck, lev, get out, throw. and then all this speed. I want to keep some of it, and go, 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 for an 11-4, whereas if we come down and set it up and get a good one out of it. And what kind of time are we clearing? Ah, fuck. I panic pressed it. I don't want to say I accidentally pressed it. There was will. There was sentience. Ask LaMDA. No, shouldn't even. I'm just trying to get a fucking estimate of what my good time could be out of here. Having had an 11 something out of the other method. Just do that. Get on the outside. Try and bring it in. It would have been a 12 something if I would have cleared it. Alright, we'll go for it on 7-4, I think. But everything else is going to be baby pause bounces until 7-4. So we start out 7-1, baby pause bounce to goal for an 11. Over here, we'll do that, try and get on the outside of there. Has the potential to bring in a high 9, low 10. Okay, didn't really get either of those. This one, we're just gonna do it. A little low, but I got speed in trade, so I'll just go to the outside, hold spacebar, come in underneath. Okay, and then this is the one. 1, 2, throw! Whoa! Alright, we're on a run. Oh, my fucking timer I never reset. It's okay, we're on a run. Just trust me. Oh, are we on a run? That was a really good one of these, too. I'd still like to touch a truck. I didn't. It's fine. We got all kinds of lev. I can bring it in. Alright, and now we're into the part where we're not just immediately starting it with those. For the next 2 levels after this, maybe 3. Boom. 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 Ah, you did it anyway, you damn fool. And I threw it away. Well, we didn't have the timer running, but we saw what 7-4 can do for us. Damn it. You see yourself getting top 3 in the full game run after you do each world? No. No. Any percent isn't my category in the first place. I think we'll probably end up getting 6th. I would love to take like a 5th, but I know that I think TF has a new PB in any percent that is a low 15 or maybe even sub 15, high 14, something like that IGT. It's waiting for verification. So whatever, you know, rank he was at before, that's just one more rank that I'd have to cross in order to get 5th. So I don't know. But I'm just hoping to get in at a low 15, I think. Take 2 minutes off of my old time using this new baby pause bounce stuff. Timer's working? Cool. Come in, set it up fast, and go. It's the first level. You can spam it a little bit. You don't have to set them all up to try and work, because you can just reset and go. You got nothing to lose, everything to gain. It's good speed, but the directionality means I had to scrub a lot of it to get here. And you. Yep, just like that. And then in for you. Ah, that was just a last-minute adjustment to my mouse that turned right off the fucking thing. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. Because the angle. Too slow. It's the downside of not taking your time to set them up, is they're going to come in however they come in, huh? That one's runnable. Ah! It's the first time I've run off the front of it. All day, I think. Yeah, no. I'd have to overturn to get us out, and then we lose the benefit of the speed. Try and force myself to do it fast. Get into that mode that we were in when we were running Desert World. Just crushing it with the Desert World turnarounds. Alright. That's not much anything. Yeah, not much anything. Good 7-3. I took the time to set it up to make sure I didn't get too much height, but got enough to get over. And focused on coming out with the speed. 7-4 is the one. 1, 2, throw! Alright, well that's not helping us. Not helping us at all. I'll just pick it up everywhere else. It's fine. Is it? Yeah, maybe. Yep, picking it up everywhere else. That was totally not a 1 second time loss from touching the back of that truck. Definitely not. Pay no attention, nothing to see here. Still preferring this here to the other one just because of the consistency. Bouncing it off the wall is never comes in for me. Go up here. I just put in a conventional clear. I should save a little bit of time. Because every time that I come into these worlds, I forget that I'm not supposed to be doing turnaround baby pause bounce, so all of our PBs have a hesitation time in them. Okay, new method here. 1, 2, 3, 4, throw. Yes. This should be time save. Hit. This should be lots of time save for us. Okay. 7-9, we're back to the baby pause bounces. Get a decent one first try, even if it takes a little bit longer to set it up and be sure you're getting it. And we're going for it on 7-10. Damn it. Came in under. Well, sir. Good run. Good run. Good first. Don't stop run. Hit. Back in. No, you gotta do that faster. Yeah, just do it without the backup. You just walk down and you figure out by repetition how much you need to back up so that or how much you need to walk forward so you don't need to back up. Like that. It's low and fast. Is it good? I don't know. I think I accidentally turned a timer off. Turn it back on. There we go. This was a good one of these, I think. No. Alright. It's fine. Viable 7-3. I think I'll go to the outside this time. I can start lowering toward the goal a little bit earlier. Slide it in. And you. 1, 2, turn, throw, die. First time in run, I've done it wrong. And now it's going to be wrong every time. I think we all know. I'm never going to get it again. Turn throw. It's because I'm taking too long to turn it. I got too much speed. I'm going past the place where the truck can hit me. Hit me well. Also, maybe you need to throw it at a little bit of an angle. I mean, if we got that, I'd run on it. And I would come in with a 12-2. Eh. That's the one we're going for. That's the PTB we've thrown in here. If it comes in, hurrah. You said, Pawn, what did I say? You said, run without turning around. Just come down. You can just do a reset and level. Just come down, turn around, hit it. There's a good one. At least I was in the position I wanted to be for the setup. So good setup anyway. Time's okay, I think. I doubt this one helped us. That's a good 7-3. Came across to it at an angle, which is weird. Go to the outside, start strafing back. Come on in. Lev, turn, throw! Yes, that's the one. And back to this stuff. Not a great 7-5, and there was a missile coming from my face. Ha! Used you. You wanted to hurt me. You wanted to use me. I used you. Okay, almost forgot. Coming up here, turning around. Shit. Here's our time save. Bleeding away. Good throw, though. Low and speedy. Ah, you fucking, that's not my fault. There's a bad level load. Very infrequent bad level loads on this level, too, for that to happen. Come on. Yes. And then you. 1, 2, 3, 4. Throw it. Good hit. 1, 2. Get thrown. Left to goal. We should bring in some time save. We're still on the old PB. Into you, turn around, set it up, get it good. Oh, that's real good. And then we just gotta get 710, and we'd have a hell of a speed run here in the segment. Not excellent, but be viable!
Run faster, jump higher.
I saved 6.9 seconds. Yes, sir. We went sub 230 on that run. Huzzah! And 2 blue. Yes, 2 golds, which are obviously blue. So that's the color that I like to look at anyway. 7-4 and 7-10. We got 7-10 by just, you know, the way that we need to in the segment speedrun, first time today. And 7-4, because I turned around to the PTB. Boom, immediately sub 230. We're almost competitors in this segment speedrun now. Where is that on the leaderboards? Does that change any ranks for me? 229.21 does get me something Max's slot. Wow, 10 seconds time save to get into the top 5. But if I could find those 10-second time saves, then it's Sandwich Master and AJ can be beaten with a 219. So, the problem is it's all PTBs, right? It's going to be a lot of PTBs. Who do I watch? Let's watch Sandwich. Let's see what he's got going here. And I'm not pulling down any of my stuff, just deal with it.
What's this?
So, yeah, he's doing a PTB to start this world. I think we're coming out with like a 10. So, what was he getting without the baby paws bounce? Because it looks like this run would be before the baby paws bounce was a thing. It's coming out with an 11, so we can still do the baby paws bounce there. 7-2, this is going to be a slow 7-2 because of the way that he exited. He grinded the edge of the truck. So this will be like an 11-6 or something. 11-1. Wow, I'm surprised. And goes for the 7-3, gets the 7-3. This is saving massive time over what we're doing. Presumably going to do the 7-4 because it's the same thing. Yeah, and 2 high, slow jumps to get there. Maybe makes it more controllable to position yourself on the wall. Doing it on 7-5 as well. Incredible 7-5 right there.
Wait, this is
the
actually
amount of speed that came through. 11-7. 7-6 going out for the PTB. Taking a minute to set it up to make sure that he's clear of that pillar on the left. When he's got it and he manages to bring it in with the PTB, what's he bringing in? 12. I don't think that's far off of...
11 seconds ahead.
Is that far off of what we're bringing in?
I do not like this. I'm gonna choke. I'm choking on 9-9 or 9-10. And I already know that for a fact.
Just a conventional fall here, and actually he's going to be slower in because he's not looking down and holding the things. 19-8?
Or, you know, 7-8. 7-8
What
might
the
just be
hell?
like,
Well, we
fuck
got to
it.
watch that back after we're
But
done,
just-
because why the hell... Didn't look like he was
Whatever it
strafing. Strafing is supposed to be faster. Fall
Okay, no.
faster while
I
holding
got
the
slow
strafe.
7-8, but still fast 7-8. It's like
I wasn't really
medium
paying
7,
attention through
you
the
know?
7-8.
It's gonna be a bit of time loss, but it's like a few tenths of a
And
second.
how'd he get a 19.8 out of that last one? Doing it that way. 7-9. Coming out for the PTB.
No!
Dies on it.
What?
How does he die on it and still manage to...
I was really that close.
Is this timed incorrectly? Oh, he goes straight to goal on the third one, so it evens out a little bit. Didn't have to do the pops. So it's
I was
mainly,
really that
you know,
close.
the PTBs.
You were joking. This is gonna be the run of my life.
So if I slow down and set...
priority.
I'll try slowing them down and setting them up that
17.
way. I don't know how he got a sub 11 out of here either with that. I mean, maybe that little nose rub... Or no, 11-1. Yeah, that's not particularly good anyway. Yeah, the two PTBs here are going to save probably 4 to 5 seconds each. That was a 9.7. What do we got on 7.3 there? It was a
I already
33
have
ending
no
at
time
41.
to-
It's only like, was that time?
Nope,
That's 8
time
seconds
loss.
through there. Ours was, well, I actually did it there, so that's not really comparable.
Wait, this is actually it. This is the
But
run.
this, for a 11.7, and on 7.5, we have a 20 second time. That's all of the time save right there. That's our 10 seconds. That's our whole 10 seconds is 7.5.
How the fuck am I 11 seconds ahead?
Because of 7.5. Our whole 10 seconds is in 7.5 if we got that one. That was a really good one. Incredibly directional. Straight in. I wouldn't even need to do the other PTBs in the other places. It's all on 7.5. We have to expect we won't get the best 7.5 like he got there. I wanted to look at the 7.9. Or not the 7.9, the 7.7. This is it. So, from the beginning, comes into 7.7.
How the fuck am I 11 seconds ahead?
It's a little grind.
do
Hits
not
that at
like
3
this.
point
I'm
something
gonna
seconds. Takes a
I'm
little
choking on
left
9-9
there.
or 9-10. And I already know
Comes
that.
right across the front of it. I presume he's not holding the jump button at all. But this, now he had to pull back on it and then drive it in, 19.8. Maybe that's just what we've been getting and I haven't been noticing too. I'm just surprised. It doesn't look like it should be, it looks like it should be slower. There'd be some comparative sins to run there, but that's only half a second time save. 7.5 is the one. So, like, taking a slow setup with lots of height, you'll be able to turn, come around, and hit this. This is so awkward for me to do a slow, high jump. It's just not at all in my repertoire at this point. So that would send me right across. I could also do it off of that one, but then you gotta avoid the dick-shaped building ahead of it. See, this is more likely. This is what you'd usually get. He got a perfectly directional, straight-in 7.5 that managed to clear it for him in, was it 9 seconds or something? And that would look like this. For a 12.5 because of how long we took setting it up, and 7.5, if it's 57 to 117 is 20 seconds, so it's 8 seconds of our time save getting that. It's doable. I gotta take my time setting it up, which means I need to save a little bit more time elsewhere. But I can bring it in doing that. So if we also did 7.3, and I similarly did like a slow setup to try and get it right, then that saves us the other 2 seconds that we'd need there. Right, and then I would come into this one, and I'd go lev, turn, throw. Or I take my time here, try and set this one up nice. Wow. I don't have any lev left. Okay, something. We're just gonna start running it and I'll figure it out, but I know what needs to happen. I just gotta figure out how I'm gonna do it. And I'll definitely take my time on 7.3, 7.4. I might run at it like I've been running at it, because it seems not too unlikely to get it that way. I'm sure it could be more consistent if I figured out a setup, but that's where the decision making is going to come in. That was almost it. I'm gonna come out of the pause menu. And I'm just rushing this one to try and get the fastest, you know, setup. Because if I don't have to save the half, or lose an extra second or half second there, then I don't want it. That's a good one. Alright, the 7.2 is going to come in strong. And then... Ah, that was a good setup, and... it sent me out good and straight. I was a little bit too close to the wall. Like, that was good. That shows the potential of it. I'm happy with that. Yeah, back in. And rush this 7.1 to get it started. We just need an extra 10 seconds. No big deal. Which means getting all of the time save that we've been leaving behind by not doing the methods that we could be doing. Damn it. And it's not even that much, you know, like, I don't want to F around with 7.8, or 7.9 rather, and I don't have to. You know, there's nothing crazy on 7.8 or 7.7, and I don't have to deal with it. I don't have to do the 7.6. There's not a lot of PTBs that I actually have to do here. And there's just 3 of them. I forgot I was thinking PTB. I was saying PTB as we came in, so I went in and started to do a PTB. On a level where you can't even really do a PTB. Holy. That was weird. It wasn't actually good, but the game thought it was good for a minute. It gave me all the sound effects to be like, this is good. And it was wrong. To the tune of a second. There you go. I mean, it could be better, but there you go. And then into you. Come down. Step it. A little boost. Sends me out. On that space bar. Come into it without even needing to hit the left button. We will! Ah, I forgot to do this here. You'd probably still save time if I got it. But, yeah. Pop, pop. Lev, lev, throw. Pop, pop, lev, throw. You know what you want to be doing, Pawn, which is coming at it. These things come in so much more consistently if you've got some speed going toward the wall. Maybe you don't have time for that here. I have to be further over to, like, force the truck to spawn in front of me or something? Maybe. Yeah, and then there's going to be a little bit of luck involved. But I think I do need to be further over, and then just throw it very straight. Pop, pop, over, over, go. I don't want to have any directionality to me left. Unless I'm just going to keep slipping into that wall that I'm already really close to. If I'm tucking it down here. closer. This is why I don't do PTBs in this world. I just can't see them. Doesn't feel like there's a good way to measure visually where I need to be. I'll do it this side. Maybe this is the side for me. Feels more natural for me to just jump to that truck and turn out, too. But then you gotta get out there, so if there's gonna be an angle, then it needs to either be harder, so that it'll take you to the other side completely and you can fight it, or it's gotta be less hard. I feel like for this one I don't even need lev. I think this is what AJ and Snake used to call a corner PTB. Like you're trying to throw it right on the edge of the corner there. And that by spawning it on the corner, it kind of forces it to exist in a narrower space. If you've got yourself in the right position, then you're gonna get hit. Maybe. Might be making some stuff up there, but I don't know. I wasn't an any percent guy. I might be able to see why we're doing it on the other side, because I've gotten hits many times so far, and not a one of them has been, you know, get me to the goal kind of a hit. This is the first one, and this is definitely not the fastest for an 11-7 when I could just walk in, turn around, and start being thrown there without having to do a setup. And then when we get to the end, if we get to the end, this is really low. I still would have been slower. What if I just try it as a corner PTB here, on this side? So I'm just trying to throw it just as I cross the corner line. That'd help. And this would be run viable too. For an 11. So, corner throw. I want it to be more cornery, Paul. Alright, I gotta just keep trying. Oops. Did I put a gold for the wrong level in there? I think I did. Was it 7.5? I think that's what it was. I accidentally allowed a gold to slip through. And 11.9, that's what we got out of that. So yeah, I'm deleting that. Gold, we no longer have a gold. Except for the PB one, so we'll have to earn it back here. Alright. I didn't realize the timer was still running while I was doing all that. Hit! Get in. Get her started. You just gonna do resets now? Why not? That's gonna be too slow anyway. Instead of coming in from the level select menu. I'll run on some of them and then I'll throw one of these in occasionally. So that there's a place to time it by split RP if we get a good one. Shoot. I entirely forgot what we were coming into because we've been working on other stuff. It's fine. We'll just immediately put in another 7-1. And then come in knowing what we're dealing with. Ah! A little too quick on the turn there, Pawn. I would have run that just to see if the speed that I instantly picked up would have been beneficial. Wow. Started out fast, but it changed my direction so violently that I think that's why we lose that speed. That's awful. That won't help us at all. We're over 11 seconds on this clear now. Okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. Damn it. Hang on. I could have done something. Yeah, that one would be almost impossible to actually get out. Wow, if I do like a full turnaround like that and try and hit it on that side of things, maybe it will pay for itself in not needing to, or not losing the speed by scrubbing the direction. Scrubbing the speed by changing the direction? How do you want to say that? I'm not sure. I'll do it there. That's real low and not enough speed. I want some height off the damn thing. A lot of lev to make this work. I don't know if that's going to be helpful or not. Yeah, only slightly. Yep, you're supposed to be ding, ding, go! Ding, ding, go! Ding, ding, go! Yeah, I'm sticking with that for 7-3. We tried to practice slowing it down. When we come into 7-4, I'll do it the other way. No, I'm doing it the same on both of them, aren't I? It seems so low percentage if I do it that way. But it's not like there's high percentages here that I've found that I'm deciding not to take. God, that's such a good hit and then it just goes away. Yeah, just trying to keep it tight. It seemed a little slow to me. Click the button, please. Lev, lev, turn, throw. Lev, lev, turn, throw. Lev, lev, turn, throw. Lev, lev, turn, throw. Yep. And that was only 3 tries, so I think that actually is the higher percentage thing for the way that I go about it here. There's just no directionality to this. If I rush it, I don't know, it doesn't seem like it comes in any better than if I don't rush it and I set it up. Get me past that, because this is a good throw. Okay. That might be beneficial. Ah. Could we still be on time coming out this side? I don't know. Trying it again here. We're not far off. But I've wasted all my lev. Okay. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Because it's showing me that this is possible. I got those 2 in a row after I failed the first attempt, and the first attempt even on the failure got me there with only a second's time loss. It could have been less if I would have managed my levitation a little bit better. At the end there, I could have fallen directly to the ring instead of hitting the lev an extra time. Come on. I'm willing to let you slow down a little bit to try and set it up a little bit better, but not that much. That's great. That gets us there in a low 10, I think. Yep. Damn it. Boom, boom, throw! Boom, boom, throw! Lev here. And you can just fall straight to it. Boom, boom, throw! Damn it. Boom, boom, throw! Damn it. Boom, boom, throw! There's the one. Ah, I still managed to go out underneath it. I gotta be aware of that. It's good to be testing that when we're not on any good time. Come on. These are good hits. Especially for rushing them. This is not a great one. Good 7, too. I think we got another good low 10 out of it. I think I got a better idea how to do a good low 10 with some consistency now. And then a little bit of luck. Pop, pop, go! Didn't get the luck. Pop, pop, throw! That was good, but I needed to be resisting the throw, and I didn't. Oh, thank you. This could be gold. The way that came off, be our best 7-1 yet. Okay, not bad. Not great. I'm gonna try 11 all the way up there. Damn it. Lev, hit it. That's your best bet. It's just the Lev, hit it. Stick with what works for you. I know this was an incredibly slow setup, but I want to see, because I got a good hit out of an incredibly slow setup, so does it balance? No, it didn't, by the way, in case you're wondering. Can I go through the interior? You could. So imagine I get something that's really straight and directional and very speedy, and instead of trying to get to the outside, I play it like that in here, and then I go to the outside. I can keep that speed longer without messing with it. Is that helpful? Let's try. I'll do a right strafe, because it'll help me make that turn a little bit better. Alright, let's just take this one out like a normal person. Yeah. Yeah, second time loss on that. This one's not going to be much better. We pull it all back right here. Right here! As you can clearly see. Yeah, right, game. Sure, I didn't hit that thing.
Right.
Lev, turn, throw. Lev, turn, throw. That's so much more controlled pawn. If you don't do it like you're freaking out, then you can get it. Alright. Oh my god. There's a friggin' hit. Okay, may or may not help us. I'm not sure. Lev, turn, throw. Damn it. Yeah, you just reset and give it another try, because here, if you reset immediately, you could actually still, like, come out and not lose anything over PB, I think, if you get the this, you know, if you get the one that just goes straight there. For a 9, so 2 attempt, 7-3, if it doesn't come in. Oh, yes. Damn, these 7-1s are coming in now. Coming in nice. I don't think that's helpful. Two attempts. Ah. Should be coming off of it higher. I think you should be coming off of it higher. Damn it. It felt so fucking normal and natural, and I'd seen it, like, so clearly. And then it just goes away. I'm gonna try that middle thing I was talking about. Just on that one. Have a look. Yeah, if you just don't look at it, sometimes objects don't have physics. That's how I think of it. I don't know if it's true or not. Oh, got it done. Alright, gotta do it again though, Pawn. And you did. And the first one didn't save any time, so this doesn't help. You gotta do it here, my friend. Shit. Okay, that's something. But I think we lose time over PB because I didn't have to reset and all. Oh yeah, we do. Okay. Still pick up time here. Seven's just 7-7. It's always 7-7. Okay, it is a low 20. Uh-oh. I touched the truck in a weird way there. Did it help or hurt? Looks like we're fine. Thank you. Get me down, though. Thank you. Okay, managed to pull that green. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go crazy right here. No. 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 I wasn't sure that, yeah, you want to be doing it from back there if you're going to do it. No, because of the front ones being in the way, you'd have to get a better angle, so I was not crazy to try for it. But wow. We golded 7-8. Oh, yeah, we did. Alright, there's actually so much time saved here for the sake of practice and everything. I'm just going to keep running them. You know? Like, if I manage to get through 7-3, 7-4, fuck up 7-5, we can still pull it back at 7-7, 7-8. There's places here. What if 7-7 is actually not 7? You're blowing my mind here. What are you talking about? Oh my god. That might be the best 7-1 of the day. Good 7-2. It's not the way that you want to do it, but it can work. Fuck! I could have saved it there, like we had the time, if that wouldn't have hit the beam. Oh, look at that 7-2. Yeah, that's so good. I need to focus on getting a really good 7-2. Because there's so much time there when you do it right. And coming into it from this, I feel like I have all the time in the world while I'm just leving to goal to think about 7-2, so... Maybe that's a bad thing, you don't want to be thinking about it long. It's fast, but it's not fast. It's something else. That could have been viable, but I got stuck on the pause menu, so I assumed it wasn't. Alright, that's not our great 7-2 we can get, but it's something. I have back here just to see what happens when I change things up. And then 1, 2, throw! Yes, thank you. Much of the world's time save right there. 1, 2, throw! Okay. Much of the world's time lost right there. It's okay, we just gotta do this. Come on, that was perfect! It was a perfect setup. I took all the time in the world. I was the right distance the first time I tried it. Fuck you! I can't get there. I don't have the lev to stay high enough to hit that goal. Alright. I'm enjoying this now. Now that I realize there's so much time saved in so many different places. I mean, we do need 10 seconds of it, but that's all 7-5. Everywhere else we can just PB. Okay, I'm gonna try that inside-outside thing again. Is it slow as balls? Yes. That one wasn't. I don't think that proves that the concept is implicitly slow as balls, though, because if you'd done it there... Yeah, I'm gonna try it here. Yeah, that's slow as balls, alright. Alright, don't accept it then. Just do it the way you've been doing it. That wasn't bad. That got us some nice horizontal speed. It's gonna help us get here a little earlier. Sub 10. Yeah, a little earlier, huh? Fuck. I got one more try. Alright, this is not great. But I think it's run viable. Pick it up on 1-2. I didn't. Probably could have just run off and jumped for what we got out of here. Uh-oh. Forgot what I was doing. I'll just set it up different. Damn. Okay, maybe I'll set it up different again. Damn. Maybe I'll set it up the way I'm supposed to, the way I've been doing, and get lucky. Yes. Or skillful. Either of them. Okay. Trust your method, Quan. I know it seems like you're out of control, but when doesn't it seem like you're out of control, buddy? Don't set this up that long. It's 7-1. Same thing here. You want to rush these quickly. I would have clapped the trucks and run off of it just for fun. That would have been plausible. Yeah, I thought so. I'd already done so much right strafe, left strafe. I don't want to mess with it anymore. I'm kind of experimenting with stuff now. Oh, that's beautiful. That's a great 7-2. That could be a second time save. Okay. I didn't do this one right, but to hell with it. There's time save everywhere. Starting here. Boom, boom. Ha! Straight to goal. Oh, that was fine. That was fine. What's your problem, game? Why do you hate me and me alone? All right. Good times, good times. You're not strafing, so you're losing speed. But I do want that good launch that's a little bit lower to start. Damn. I know when I've got it, when I don't. And all these are don't. Okay, the speed's there. You can't hit it at that much of an angle and expect to get anything you get. This isn't how you do it, and that's why you die. 1, 2, hit. 1, 2, hit. 1, 2, hit. 1, 2, hit. I see it. It's so nice. You know? I can just friggin' see it. But it just isn't there. The movement is good, my position in front of the wall is good, I like where it's aiming, and then it's just nope. It's gonna be a nope. Oh, that's a great 7-2. They might just pick up all the time lost from 7-1. Throw. Fuck you! And then even when I get it, I can still get hit by those. It sucks, but I just want to start one, for Christ's sake. Good, I got one started. Okay. Yeah, I knew that was coming. You like my chair lean? It helps the game work. That's not bad. It's not much, but it's a little something. I think. Click the button. Hit! Fuck! Hit! Okay. It doesn't help me. It's just time loss. The only way that I'm gonna pull that back, turn this into a PPTB. What's the fastest I've ever cleared 7-4? Because that felt like a partial PPTB. 5-1. Well, okay then. Into the grind. This is a nasty grind now. I see why I just never submitted a time for World 7. Didn't want to learn it in any percent. And that was before I had this baby pause bounce to help with like a bunch of extra stuff. You know what we should be checking? Is there's a PTB possible here, and I really should have looked into it to find out whether or not it's faster. Because if it's like 2 seconds faster, takes a little bit of setup, then it could be worth it if I could understand what needs to be done. What's this coming in with? Slower time than usual. Alright. And that worked. I did it out here. Because you can get one that just crosses. That crosses the level. Probably easier to get it while you've got that little bit of road underneath you, which is why I'm throwing there. Yeah. But it's got to cross or go over or something. Too close. That was the angle. Just didn't have the everything else you'd need. And it's gotta be a powerful hit. Can't be a equal to the baby pause bounce kind of a thing. Because we were wasting time setting it up. Which is why the baby pause bounce is probably the thing, but spending a little time looking into it. The other idea is to have come out here, you go under, and then you go beneath the level. Cannot be, if you were going to do this, cannot be holding spacebar. I don't think, like, I'm sure we've all looked at these many times before. All the runners. But, you know, if you assume that, and you never even look, then everybody assumes it, and then nobody knows the truth. They've all made an assumption. I'm going back to this. Going back to actually trying to run the game? Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's awful. That's just time waste now. Fine, we'll pull it all back on 7-3 when I absolutely get it first try. Almost. Really slow setup on that. Lady Pawn, I don't imagine you're listening. But would you bring me a beverage if you are? This is good. How long have I been here? 3:40. For the sake of my health, I shouldn't be going over 4 hours. Lev, throw! Lev, throw! Lev, throw! That was the worst of them. And I'm just getting way too far away before I hit it. Bring it in at a tighter angle. Bring it in at a tighter angle. I can get out with that sub 10, sometimes a 9. Like a low 9. Hey, I hear. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Well, it's something by Bell's Brewery in Comstock, Michigan. Local brewer. What is it? We don't know. Hang on. We don't know because there's a sleeve on it. There's a Puerto Rican sleeve on it from when I visited Puerto Rico. There it is. So, what have we got? Should I open a gambling device? It's Amber Ale. Amber Ale? Amber Ale. American Amber Ale. I'm sorry. The beer that helped build our brewery, Bell's Amber Ale, features both toasted and sweet caramel notes from carefully selected malts balanced with herbal and citrus hop aromas. Capped by a clean bitterness, it's incredibly versatile with food, but very tasty all on its own. And you can just cut me a check for that, Bells. What do we do? Back to the game. Well, no, I should actually sample it. I would not describe this as there being bitterness in there. There's a crispness, not bitterness. You need to change your language, Bells. There's a crispness to it, but it's very fruity, very berry, very cherry, actually. Yeah, nice, subtle, round hoppiness to it, not aggressive. No bitterness to speak of. You fool. Oh, right, that doesn't even work now because this doesn't work, so you can just close that down. That's my controls for my web, for not having to click the buttons in OBS all the time, and the numpad is dead. So, what's it worth? Well, it's worth the smooth, rounded barley notes and cherry underflavor. Underflavor? Nobody wants to taste your underflavor, alright? That's not a bad start for a 7-2. I think it gives us a little extra. Something extra in the tanks. And then bang, bang. Come across it tight. Turn, throw. Yeah? I mean, I got hit in the wrong direction, but damn if I didn't get hit. That's what you're looking for. One of those. No lev to goal for an 8-5. It's the fastest I've ever done 7-3. Now that I'm asking, which I am. That was it. And I'm right there with Snakeathon. 100 milliseconds off a snake. That's cool. All right. Oh, and Lolo's there too. Look, we're between a Lolo and a Snakeathon. I want to be. All right. There's a Jario reference if you're not familiar with my early work. I don't know about the start, but I've taken it anyway. And I don't even worry about what the start was until I hit 7-2 and see if I hit it. Like, I worry about, does this look viable right now, but I don't even look to the timer until I'm out of 7.2, or well, till I'm falling in 7.2. Because that setup is just as important. It's almost a second we can save just in 7.2, if I manage to get it the way that I want it. This was a slow setup with decent speed and directionality, so I'll try it. Yeah. Okay, one more attempt. Before we start losing time. I can take this out, but we are now losing time. I could have taken it out. I just needed to not actually look at where I was going, and then the game would have given it to me. I said, alright, well, if you can't see it, then surely it doesn't exist as a physical object. Not that much, anyway. There you go. That's the one. Too slow of a setup, but a decent hit. Throw. I will take it. It's not everything it could have been, but I will take it. Damn it. Boom, boom. Ha! Damn it. I don't have any more left. Yes, you do. It's not enough. Come on with your bullshit. That you like to bullshit on me while you're bullshitting. Fucking balls. No way I'm getting a goal, by the way, in case you were wondering. Is there a better way to go about this? We know we just need 7.5, and then we need everything else to be as good as it was before I started doing this stuff. So if I throw 3.3 back out, by which I mean I'm not attempting the PTB there. If I don't attempt the PTB on 7.3. Fuck. And we just pick up time by doing everything else well, you know? If we can get out of 7.1 with a good time and 7.2, by 7.2 we've got almost an entire seconds time save is possible there, we've seen. So, fuck 3.3, or 7.3, we'll just do 7.4. Seven three's got all this shit in the way. Going across the middle, huh? Gonna try. And then we'll try 7.4. Shoot me! He tried. He did his best. He did his part. I failed on mine. Yeah, I think World 7 is going to end up being a 2-day speedrun. I mean, I could just take the PB we've got and go home with a 5th, I guess. But I think I'm willing to grind on Sci-Fi. And if I happen to actually lock in some hidden ancient knowledge on how these PTBs actually function that I've never had before in my life, more's the better. Ah, that's the way you want to do it, though. You want it to be close to killing you, if you want that speed out of it. In fact, I'm going to do it this way. Nope. Oh shit. Alright, I didn't mean to, but here I am, so I guess I gotta try this. One more go. Yeah, that's why you don't do that anymore. Bit of a brain reset every time I start on the first level, just to get myself in the mind of trying to set up this incredibly fast turnaround on the baby paws bounce. No, it had potential and then it lost it like mid-throw. I think it's still losing it. That's what you want. You want to be hitting on that side. Just more consistent. For me. That's a good 7-2. Nope. I almost went to run for it. So we'll probably end up losing time here, although going around on the outside allows me to feed in it in a more direct pattern. And then this is the one where we actually need it. So we got this in PB. And we did not here. It's okay. Why? Because 7-5 is going to bring it home for us. Is it? Yep, right here. Bang, bang, drop. I'm still losing time. We're going to pull it back on 7-6 then. Yes. 16.5 seconds though on 7-5? Wow. 7-6 pulls a lot back though. Okay. Two, 3, 4, 5. Want to run on it anyway. Summer best is down to 216, by the way. Yeah. I'm just gonna keep running as we are. If we come back another day, we will start out by watching, like, Emily. By watching the world record holder and seeing if there's some crazy shit that she does on one level. I learn one of her techniques, you know? And that's the kind of thing with Emily's runs. You learn one of the things. You've instantly got 8 seconds time save or something. Like, I could see her doing a, what she does on 3-2. Here on 7-2 as well. Some version of it, anyway. Three. That's what I'm thinking. 3-3. Oh yeah, that'll get you there. Go the outside, though. So you're not gonna waste all your lev. This is the one where you need it. Bang, bang, hit it. Bang, bang, hit it. I wonder if 3-4 would be easier for me on this side for some reason. Doubtful, right? Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Okay, just gotta maintain a little bit of an angle to your throw when you get hit by it, so it can counteract the velocity that you've got going into that corner. And that's not what we want, but I mean, that's viable to, so you can run on it. You're not dead is, you know, a positive. Alright. Yeah, try and remember that when you come in. Oh, that was... feels like it could be good. I entirely forgot what we do on this level. Yeah. We got about 4 more minutes of this live stream before I have to turn off just because the brain no do good. This has height. I think you just go straight to it on this one. And then for you, little angle. Alright. It's runnable. Certainly not what we want, and definitely didn't want that either. But I can run on it. Because we need 7.5. Oh, fuck you! With the... how? How could I have been knocked into the ground when I threw the truck below the ground and got hit by it and then traveled several meters? How could I have had a downward angle? Fuck you, 7.5. Impossible what you're saying is happening. You're literally changing how physics works in order to make this shit make sense to you and you alone. Alright. Oh wow, that's all speed, no height. Hit! And in, down here in a hurry, set it up, hit it. Just barely missed that wall. Fall to goal and pull back that 0.6 second time loss. Really good 7.3. I'm still gonna go the outside on this one, I think, though. One, two, throw! We're still on. This is fine. Because of 7.5 and how it's just gonna come in for me. First try. One way to make it happen. 7.6. We just jump out. Not even going to spend time setting it up. We'll go straight to it. And this will be new gold for us. No? Fuck you. Over the nose, 5.5 seconds behind. I could have made it. I could have kept the speed, jump, lev, out. That's a 7-1 open. That's a 7.2.5. With that, we don't even really need the lev. We're gonna use it, but we don't really need it, is the thing that I said and was my point. And then I fall off a 7.3, just to make it, you know, more fair to the game. Fuck you. Bang, bang. Bro. I don't understand. Got it on the 9th attempt. Fuck out. That was fucking fine and it had an angle that went out and everything. How am I fucking hitting a truck? How am I hitting a building that is further in when my angle of strike is like that? This level is bullshit! It makes magic portals open up and moves you to places when it happens. Fucking balls! Ah, damn it, I wanted to jump off of it again. The level is bullshit. 7-5. Yeah, I got like an angle like that, and the other time it threw me into the fucking wall that was to the right. With the shit and how you can eat it and then cease to live. That was my complicated way of saying eat shit and die. I don't know if you got the joke, I just want to make sure it was completely dead by explaining it. Wholly unenjoyable now. Okay, last run, I guess. We're past my, last run, I guess. We're past my 4-hour mark that I want to hold myself to so that I don't end up with post-exertional malaise. Damn. I'm gonna get one started, and we'll call that the last one of the day. And we'll presumably come back to it another day, because I don't see this all coming together on the last run. Yeah. Well, I'm burpy. Yeah, come on, get me out of fucking 7-2. Just ridiculous. There you go. There's the hit. Alright, so this is a run, right? This is a run. Okay. Over or around? I think around. And this comes in first try every time. As does this. First try every time. As has been our experience all day long. No! Fuck! Alright, now you gotta go for it. Fuck! No! This was all of our time save! This was the run! You fucking fuck! I was trying to not risk it by doing the baby pause bounce there. I gotta go through some crazy shit in later levels just to maybe PB a little bit. One, 2, 3, 4. I'm throwing the 5 in. I need it. We got a good hit, so we're fine. I'm going for the crazy on 7-9, I guess. I got it. And then we gotta have 7-10. Fuck. Fuck! Twice! I set it up twice. Fuck you. Twice I managed to clap those trucks to try and get in. Well, I'd say that's a good way to end the day. Golding on 2 levels by being forced to go for something. I got 7-5 the way that we want, you know, that we were trying to go for 7-5, and I don't know, what did it come in at 42 to a 54, so it was 12 seconds. That can be done in 9. We're going to need time from all over kind of different places if we want to get into 4th rank. And if we get to 4th rank, then we might as well take 3rd because they're within a second of one another. But I think that's where I'm headed for on Sci-Fi World, but we're going to be doing that another day. That was a good run. Let me actually finish it. I don't know if I will be able to, but I'm going to try and get it the way that I meant to get it. Yeah. It's just the height that you get off of this blower is so fucking different from blow to blow is how it feels to me. And then you get caught by the one on the side at various times. And of course the trucks are doing slightly different things. No. I mean, you heard me touch something. I did connect with a truck. As intended. Oh good, the trucks are just kind of gone off to the right there, huh? Cool. Cool, so that, it was just impossible on that one after you know, pull off a miracle through the whole rest of the fucking game, and you get here. And sometimes levels just like, not today, huh? There you go. There's our completed run for today. We ended on a, let's see, let's go back over. We ended today on a 229.2 according to these splits, which on the leaderboards has us currently at 5th rank, I believe, or 6th rank rather. Gunning for, oh yeah, so we're not going to 3rd. We're going for AJ or Sandwich Master at 220 by saving another 9 seconds. We save another 9 seconds and put an extra 9.2 seconds, we can get AJ. So when we come back on the next day that we run, first thing we're going to do is look at Emily Saylor's run, see what the hell she's doing, see if she's got any tricks that we can employ, look for some new strats, some new tech, some new routing. But for today, I be done. For I am the Ronin Pole. And I think next day, also next day that we do the Clustertruck, I'm going to give away Clustertruck codes. Because still got some. We did it once. It just... Really, it's been depending on if I want to title the stream something else because I got something to talk about, then it's like, well, I'm not going to be doing a free giveaway today because I can't put free game giveaway in the title. So it's mainly been the decider. But yeah, next time we'll do it. We'll give away some more keys to Clustertruck, so make sure you don't miss that one if you're looking to get yourself a copy. Until then, have a good day. Enjoy your life. Your meaningless existence is what I mean. It's a lot earlier in the stream. Anyway, pawn out.